to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still lights of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with Coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
I'm talking about Shabaka going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. This is season 10, episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays, in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. And I'm your host, Chain Krummer, joined with our other host, Shabaka. Hopefully, Lady Chair will be joining us as well. And on this season 10, episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays, we will be discussing several topics. The first topic is watch intense exchanges during RFK Senate testimony over, over the jabby jab, CDC madness. Then we got Gainesville man 66 found unalive in Lake Lanier after routine swim. Is the Grim Reaper tapping on the Tangerine shoulder? Failed sanctuary city mayor calls violent crime in Chicago a manufactured crisis. Chicago out of control, 58 people shot in Labor Day horror. And last but certainly not least, did the ancestors claim America as their native land? Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including our brother out of California, Jay Militant, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kool Keezy, who does our intro track for Frontline Black News, the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston. Please sign the petition for reparations. The link is also in the description. Support the GoFundMe Lady Che is set up. And a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allows us to make fair use for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And that's by the great Nelly Fuller Jr., who just transitioned in February, this past February, produced Justice. And then when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Nelly Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And then racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, R.I.P., rest in power to her. She passed away in 2016. Greetings, Shabaka, from the mile-high income and illegal migrant flooded city. How's Sin City treating you?
Okay, full of sin, man. You know what I'm saying? They're getting ready to build up the fight here between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. I always bet on Blacc, so hope.
What's the exact date for the fight?
The exact date of the fight is either September the 11th or September the 13th. So it's less than 10 days away. So I'm hoping that Mr. Crawford will go ahead and stop Canelo Alvarez, you know. And I'm going to be getting off the street the closer it gets to the fight, because you're going to have all these drunks driving from L.A., man, you know, speeding up and down Highway 15 to get here, you know what I mean, and what have you. So, of course, we definitely wish Mr. Crawford the best. But, however, at the same token, you cannot take anything away from Canelo Alvarez, is because he's a great champion in his own right. So it's kind of like, man, of a replay, man, that we had over 40 years ago between Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran the first time they fought. Oh,
yeah. Okay. All right, let's hop right into this, Shabaka. This is a heated topic you wanted to discuss, so we're going to hop right into it.
Okay.
Jr., he's the health director?
Yes, sir. He was the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Okay, they even had old Warnock who stated that he's incompetent and that he should be replaced. And then on top of it as well, too, I think that they was kind of lousy, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the man lost his father and his uncle due to assassinations. You see what I mean? So if RFK Jr. is incompetent, you know, at least let the man go out with some type of dignity, you know, because Elizabeth Warren came down on him. The senator came down on him. Warlock, I believe, you know what I mean? cool. You know, some Trump supporters up there coming down on the man as well. He was in a hot seat, man, for about 2.5 hours.
So before he was even confirmed, Shabaka, he said that he was against the vaccines.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, Quinn, what's happening with you? Okay, and so yeah. So once again, you know that there is Mac 285 is in the house.
Yeah,
Okay, once again,
they have
yeah.
they had to witness me rip this damn Pan Goofy to shreds yesterday because he wanted to talk about Che, and it got really heated and really cool.
Okay. Yeah, I think I saw parts of that, man, before I fell off to sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they tried to diss Lady Che a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Which wasn't cool. Is because, as I said, and I would stand on this square, we all still qualified for the damn auction block. You know what I mean?
He was rolling out Hilly P. Newton.
Well, like I said, for all of those of you who want to come bum on Dr. Newton, take your ass over there to Oakland, California. Go over there to Defirmary Park on the corner of 16 and Adeline and go up there, do a live feed from there and talk about Dr. Newton. Watch how fast his nephews come up there and smash your ass.
This is how ignorant they are. If you're of the lineage, I'm just gonna put it like that. If you're of the lineage, if somebody asks you where you're from, you're gonna say the state, you're gonna say the city.
Mm-hmm.
If you with the street crews, you're gonna say the neighborhood and the block that you're from. Lied and told us that he was Angolan. He's clearly lying. He said he was Angolan in Trinidad.
Damn, man, what kind of shit is this dude smoking, man?
Yeah, you need to get your head straight. You got to
money back.
He said that later on in the video he did, because he did a whole video.
Right.
In his video, he said he was from South Georgia. Well, why didn't you say that in the beginning, nigga? It was a lot of unnecessary bullshit. But he did that shit to troll so he could have content.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of these tellers do. They come into our spaces and they wanna create content to try to diss FBA, and we're not having it. We're just not doing it no more.
Yeah, and no disrespect to the term FBA, man, but I saw it up there on social media. I think it was on Stinky Bird, where somebody's gonna sit up there, says that FBA equals fuck black Africans.
No, that's where they get it tangled and twisted. We don't hate that sport. All we're saying is, look, stay the hell out of our reparations claim. Trying to dump your trash on us, and stop trying to make us generic Africans. That's all we're saying. They don't. They think, oh, we're a hate group. Oh, we're CIA. No, the CIA funded the Pan African movement.
Yeah,
because the Black empowerment era was so strong that they had to try to break that up. So they sent goddamn tethers.
Right.
And these niggas got offended by tether. Only ones that get offended by tether is tethers.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
I want to get too back, Shabaka, so I'm gonna get back on topic. Yeah, it was straight up respectful, twin. And he had absolutely no proof. He refused to come on camera. He was just trolling. He was basically on us. And he admitted doing it. But it was later on that he admitted, just like it took him the longest time to say, oh, my people were from Angola and Trinidad. But really, your people from Georgia. Why don't you just say from Georgia? Lineage. If you're people from Georgia, then that would make sense that you would be of the lineage. Then he was talking crap, talking about, well, my people didn't flee during the Great Migration. We stayed in the South and further into the South. And it's like, well, again, why didn't you say any of that? Because me and the brother on a Coliseum debate league was talking about our lineage. And he was like, yeah, I have family in South Carolina. I can trace my lineage back to South Carolina on my maternal side. And I was agreeing with him, and then this outside the cube tethered thinking individual gonna hop on there and just disrupt everything. But that's what the tethers do.
Yeah, man. Yeah, them motherfuckers is probably getting paid up under the table, man. You know what I'm saying? To create the division within us, you know, regardless of the subject matter that we're speaking of. You know.
RFK said during the confirmation hearing that he was against the vaccines. And I agree with him because the vaccines have been proven to give people autism and a small things. So why the Democrats is trying to come down on him now is just hilarious. It's really political theater.
Yeah, we'll agree, Brother Che. And as we stated all along, man, over the years we've been doing this. The Democrats and the reptilians, they're two sides of the same coin.
Right.
You see, I mean, here you got the motherfucker who used to be the governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was Republican, but he's married into the Kennedy clan with, I believe he was married to Maria Shriver. Yeah, say and she's the daughter of one of the daughters of JFK, I believe. You see, so still related to RFK Jr. because it was a bunch of them Kennedy clans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you say, and so what it is political theater. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, they don't have the juice to start any impeachment proceedings against the orange dude. You know, Negroes like Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala Harris. The only thing that Brandon Johnson did, man, was signing his executive order in Chicago, man, preventing the Chicago police from helping the ICE agents. So what did Trump do, man? Then he shifted focus down there to New Orleans. You say?
Well, he was in L.A. Shabaka.
Yeah.
For the ICE raids.
Yeah.
The ICE protest. Then he switched to Washington D.C.
Right.
And now his eyes set on Chicago.
Right.
And Seattle, and we already know Denver, Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento. Next. So
yeah, and it's clearly obvious of why he's going to hit Oakland. You know what I'm saying? And we discussed that there before. Connected dots on why he's hitting Oakland. Yeah. Yes.
So I'm going to take news reports, Shabaka, about this hearing.
Yeah.
So the first one is ABC News.
Okay, and let me turn down this idiot box. Okay. All right. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay.
We begin tonight here with a brutal hearing on Capitol Hill. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. under fire from both parties over his highly controversial vaccine policies, his changes already, and the firing of the CDC director and the chaos inside the CDC. RFK Jr. was grilled for nearly 3 hours about vaccines and the turmoil, including his firing of the CDC director, who'd been on the job for less than a month. Tonight, a growing number of lawmakers and medical groups accusing Kennedy of putting American lives at risk, some calling for him to resign. ABC's Jay O'Brien leading us off on the Hill tonight.
Tonight, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. angrily defending himself as frustrated senators from both parties demanded answers on whether he's trying to limit Americans' access to vaccines and firing top health officials who stand in his way. Just last week, Kennedy ousting CDC Chief Susan Menarez less than a month after swearing her in. Other top CDC officials resigning in protest.
These changes were absolutely necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency.
Today, Menarez writing in the Wall Street Journal that she was fired for refusing Kennedy's, quote, troubling directive that she rubber-stamped the as-of-yet unwritten recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. Kennedy saying she's lying.
I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there
And
were
let me get
witnesses.
this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable. And in a month, she became a liar?
Kennedy, a longtime vaccine skeptic, repeatedly pressed on the COVID vaccine. The FDA now only approving it for seniors and adults and children with underlying conditions, no longer recommending it for everyone like the flu shot.
Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
You ain't giving
I don't know how many died.
Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved lives?
Two Republican senators, both doctors, who voted to confirm Kennedy, now sounding the alarm.
I support vaccines. I'm a doctor.
John Barrasso of Wyoming.
I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on.
Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana going even further, saying the FDA is now effectively denying Americans vaccines. The senator reading a letter he received from a doctor.
We're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccines.
Senator Catwell.
It's very confusing.
But today, Americans we spoke with say they're at a loss.
I'm totally confused what I'm allowed to have and what I'm not allowed to have in terms of the injections. I have no idea.
We should be trusted to make our own decisions.
And in Dallas, Texas, Jeremy Hayes, a father of two, says that confusion is making us less safe.
We do know that when we do not vaccinate, there is harm. And it's common sense, it's medical science.
And after the hearing, those Senators Bill Cassidy and John Barrasso refusing to say they still have confidence in Secretary Kennedy.
Do you still have confidence in him, Senator? His ability to lead HHS?
Do you have confidence in him, Senator?
Is there a reason you're not answering?
What the President of the United States is doing, and I will not second guess.
An extraordinary hearing, David. In total, 3 Republican senators openly questioning whether Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the right person to oversee public health in this country. But just months ago, those same 3 Republicans all voted to confirm him. David.
Jay O'Brien, live up on the Hill.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they already voted to confirm his ass. They already knew where he stood in regards to the vaccines. So this is just political theater at this point. Oh, yeah, Democrats ain't got nothing back. And those 3 Republicans that are trying to resign. Hold on, Shabaka. Yeah, share it out. The StreamYard link or the video link?
Okay, the StreamYard link.
Yeah, if you want to, Shabaka.
Okay. No, because I'm letting you know where I'm sharing it to the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. That's the private page.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was, I'm waiting on the computer. It's like freezing up on it. So I'm gonna play the most like intense moments of the hearing next.
Right.
So like you said, the $5 Indian Elizabeth Warren was lighting him up, saying that he needs to resign. Yeah. So I'm gonna play that clip next, and then I got a clip from MSNBC and a clip from CBS News.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so last November, while you were under consideration to become Secretary of Health and Human Services, I'm not going to take them away. No exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. You would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. Then last week, you announced that the COVID-19 vaccine is no longer approved for healthy people under the age of 65. In announcing the change, you said the vaccine will be available for anyone who wants it. Now, obviously, both things cannot be true at the same moment. So let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
Anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS. Anybody is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
We're not going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like this.
That is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is everyone who wants it. That was your promise.
No, I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said.
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator.
Indicate a product for which there is no clinical data.
Senator,
is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It depends on the state. It depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with me?
You want me to recommend every product in the world? No, so that without any clinical trial data.
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can still get COVID vaccines, Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are still. You can still get the COVID vaccines, and Medicare will still pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay.
The head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign.
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee who told you they weren't trustworthy, would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So
no, I wouldn't. That motherfucker stating how he honestly feels. I might promote the motherfucker.
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there were
witnesses. Let me get this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable, and you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar?
Yeah, you should ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted
Now I
against her
agree
because
with
I was afraid she was going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee. So you fired her. Look, you are putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
All right, so Elizabeth Warren called herself lighting up RFK Jr.
Right.
What are your thoughts on what their interaction with he said that she was receiving millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical companies, and that's why she's been so adamant on pushing this on us.
Okay, that explains
what are your
everything.
thoughts on what?
Okay. Politicians, you know, present company excluded, because the majority of politicians are nothing more than political prostitutes. You know, that's no reflection on you, okay? Because you're trying to do the right thing. That's why you get the opposition that you do. But these mainstream politicians are nothing more than political prostitutes. You see what I'm saying? That's all what they are, political prostitutes. And that's why I quit voting, you know what I mean? And like I said, the last time I voted here in Nevada, I wrote down Snoopy. You know what I mean? You say, you know,
but today, Trump's Health and Human Services.
You see? Well, you know, MSDNC has something to say about this. So I'll play this clip from them. It's about 11 minutes long. Lie after lie. The committee dismantles RFK Jr., often using his own words against him.
Okay.
The Secretary RFK Jr. showed the country once again that he is not just a raving conspiracy theorist, and he definitely is one of those. He is also a pathological liar. Take this exchange, for instance.
Just last week, in the days after the tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And you want to talk about...
You're just saying something. You're just making stuff up.
You know, this is what you say,
Well,
right?
there's
Secretary
always
Kennedy, when
the
someone presents you with information that does not fit...
I did not blame that shooting. I have no idea whether... I have no idea, and I never said that. You're making it up. You're twisting. Yeah, you are. You are being dishonest right now.
Okay. So to recap quickly, Minnesota Senator Tina Smith asked RFK Jr. a very reasonable question, which was why he went on TV after a horrific shooting that took place in her state of Minnesota that left 21 people wounded, 2 children dead, and entertained the completely baseless conspiracy that antidepressants and not guns are the culprit behind America's mass shooting problem.
Greetings, Black Joe. We're going over RFK getting grilled by them Democrats and a couple of Republicans yesterday. Right now. And we got MD in the building as well, Shabaka. He's in the chat.
Hey, what's up, MD? Yeah, the Stacey Coon defense he needs to use is, I have no recollection of that incident.
Okay. And Black Joe just got in the building, Shabaka. He's in the on the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And Secretary Kennedy's response was, you just heard him do it repeatedly, was that isn't true. Senator Smith is just making it up. She's being...
Hey, Black Power, Grand Risings to you.
How you be, Black Joe? How's life? So what dude should have did, man, he should have went on and used the Stacey Coon defense. Okay. I have no recollection of that incident.
Yeah.
Next question. And then when I ask him another question, I have no recollection of that incident.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let the video continue unless Black Joe has something to add.
No, just saying greetings to everybody. What's happening?
Hey,
Just out here in Sin City, man. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay, MD20.
Being dishonest. Roll the tape, please.
We're launching studies on the potential contribution of some of the SSRI drugs and some of the other psychiatric drugs that might be contributing to violence.
Okay, that clip that you just saw was 1 week ago tonight on Fox News. And it wasn't just that one reference. Kennedy repeatedly went along with that narrative.
So I've never seen that medicine, but you're saying that if you get it, some of the side effects could be homicide, suicide?
Well, there are black box warnings on some of these psychiatric drugs that warn about in their clinical trials that they saw suicidal and homicidal ideation.
Now, to be abundantly clear, and I've already said this, I'm going to say it again, there is no evidence, none whatsoever, linking antidepressants to mass shootings. But still, Secretary Kennedy fanned the flames of that conspiracy repeatedly and then pretended he didn't. And that was far from an isolated moment during the hearing today. I mean, for hours today, RFK Jr. sat in front of the Senate Finance Committee and obfuscated, misled, and brazenly lied about one thing or another. Take this exchange about access to health experts.
How is that going to happen with the Medicaid cuts that are taking place?
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
There are no cuts to Medicaid. Okay, that is how RFK Jr. responded to a question of how Americans would continue to get health care services after Medicaid cuts from Trump's big ugly bill. The man in charge of America's healthcare system simply denied that the bill, that is the biggest cuts to Medicaid benefits in history, made any cuts at all. The Congressional Budget Office, just to give you a specific stat here, estimates that Trump's big ugly bill cuts approximately $1 trillion from Medicaid funding over the next 10 years. But according to Kennedy, there are no cuts to see here, nothing to see here whatsoever. I mean, even after being caught in that $1 trillion lie, Kennedy continued to try to sell the American public a complete bag of goods. Check out how Kennedy gets fact-checked live as he tries to mislead the public about the impact of Trump's big ugly bill on America's rural healthcare system.
It's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back.
Sanders,
That's not
you
an
full of
infusion.
shit.
That's a loss of $100 billion.
Okay, everybody can feel the burn on that one, and it does not take a mathematician, because here's the thing. Imagine if I stole $150 from you, and then I gave you $50 back, and then I went in front of the U.S. Senate to brag about how much money I gave you. How generous of me. That is basically how Secretary Kennedy tried to spin the Trump administration's cuts to rural healthcare today. But of course, the issue that took the cake today, and boy, was their competition, was the issue that Secretary Kennedy has centered his public persona around now for years: vaccines.
So let me ask you, when were you lying, sir? When you told this committee that you were not anti-vax, or when you told Americans that there's no safe and effective vaccine?
I have no recollection of that incident.
Okay. Now, this is the same man who has claimed he is not anti-vax for years now, even though Kennedy has been one of the most prominent, prolific anti-vaccine voices in the country, including through the height of COVID. And now that he's actually in charge of America's public health care system, he's attempting to use his position to reshape the national narratives around vaccines to fit his views, despite, of course, an overwhelming amount of actual scientific evidence to the contrary.
Would you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't
I
think
have no recollection
anybody
of that
knows
incident.
Now, the CDC, one of the agencies that Secretary Kennedy is in charge of, does in fact know that, as in fact anybody could who looked up public data. I mean, from the beginning of 2020 up until the 23rd of last month, a staggering 1,231,440 people died of COVID in the United States. What Secretary Kennedy means when he says that nobody knows how many Americans died of COVID is not actually that nobody knows. People know. What he means is that he does not like the data that, again, is from an agency that he oversees. In Secretary Kennedy's warped mind, the issue is not the virus, it's the vaccine. So data showing just how deadly the COVID virus has been in America is inconvenient for his narrative. Independent studies estimate that the COVID vaccine has saved literally millions of American lives. But Kennedy, for whatever reason, there's many, is still a vaccine skeptic. And he's trying to force that skepticism out on everybody else. I mean, last week, Kennedy abruptly fired the CDC director just 29 days after she took over the agency. This morning, that fired CDC director published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. In it, she alleges that she was fired from her position because she insisted on rigorous scientific review of the CDC's vaccine recommendations. As she put it, I was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel newly filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. It is imperative that the panel's recommendations aren't rubber stamped, but instead are rigorously and scientifically reviewed before being accepted or rejected. You see, it isn't actually Kennedy himself who approves or disapproves of the vaccines for the general public at all. It's a panel of actual medical experts inside the CDC.
ACIP is an independent panel.
Okay, but even today, Kennedy was insisting that the CDC's vaccine advisory panel, as you just saw there, was independent. He had no control over it. But here's the thing. Back in June, Kennedy fired all 17 of the panel's members. He literally got rid of every single person on the panel. And he replaced all of those actual experts with a handpicked panel of his choosing. A panel with, you guessed it, plenty of vaccine skeptics. So today, after the former CDC director alleged that Kennedy fired her because she refused to just preemptively rubber stamp whatever that panel decided, here's how Secretary Kennedy responded to that allegation.
Tell the head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign?
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if
I don't even know where to begin in unpacking that statement and what he just said.
On that
But
one, at least
I do
he's
need to
honest.
show you Senator Elizabeth Warren's face after Secretary Kennedy said that. Look at her face. We were all Senator Warren in that moment when he said that. This shows. Now, lawyers for the former CDC director put out a statement today saying that Secretary Kennedy's claims are, quote, false and at times patently ridiculous. They said the former CDC director stands by what she said in her op-ed and would repeat it all under oath. Watching RFK Jr. make ridiculous claim after ridiculous claim today was truly a maddening thing to watch. But the lie that actually astounded me a bit today was when he lied about something that Americans all across the country are actually experiencing for themselves right now, firsthand.
Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it.
Anybody.
People who want to exercise their freedom of choice are being denied that.
No, they aren't. Everybody can get the vaccine.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
They are not wrong at all, in fact. I mean, over and over again, Secretary Kennedy insisted that anyone over 6 months old in America could walk into their local pharmacy and get their COVID booster. The biggest pharmacy chain in the country is CVS. Right now, there are 3 states where CVS isn't offering the COVID vaccine at all. In 13 other states, you can only get a vaccine if you have a prescription. And no matter where you are in the country, the FDA, another agency Secretary Kennedy oversees, just restricted its authorization of the new COVID booster to only people over 65 years old or people with underlying health conditions. That means all across the country right now, people cannot, in fact, get the COVID booster. But rather than acknowledging that fact, the fact that millions of Americans across the country will undoubtedly experience themselves in the coming weeks if they haven't already, rather than other former CDC directors that served under both Democratic and Republican presidents, published an op-ed saying that Secretary Kennedy is actively endangering every American's health. Yesterday, more than 1,000 Health and Human Services employees published a letter demanding that Kennedy resign. They also warned that Kennedy's leadership is endangering the nation's health. I know the word unprecedented gets thrown around a whole lot these days, but we have never been here before.
Well. The only thing I got to say about that there, people, is hooray for Hollywood.
All right, so Black Joe had a bunch of data he shared in the chat. So in regards to this, they were talking about the SSRIs, which are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They're a class of antidepressant medications that work by increasing serotonin levels in the brain. They're commonly prescribed for treating major depressive disorder, anxiety disorders, and obsessive compulsive disorder.
It sounds like Trump needs one of those injections.
The data came from 9 studies in participants under 18. Just over 1,100 patients received the drug. The frequency of emotional liability, crying, mood changes, attempts of self-harm, suicidal thoughts and attempts was 3 to 2% in those taking paroxetine compared with 1 to 5% in those on placebo. High prevalence of suicide attempts and thoughts of suicide occur in transgender youth compared to their cisgender peers, 11, 12, and 14. Transgender U.S. Military veterans have more than 20 times higher rates of suicide-related events than cisgender veterans. So the data is there. So what RFK Jr. was saying wasn't too far-fetched.
Yeah, okay. Now, Black Joe is saying is you have to ask AI. Now, AI is dangerous.
It's only dangerous if you don't control it, Shabaka.
Okay. Oh, it's how you ask AI. Okay. I stand corrected. It's how you ask. Okay. And then the cold part about it is that when we did our episode a few months back, Brother Che, when they had the chairman of Pfizer up there, and he stated that his primary concern is to his stockholders. You see, so you got a greed motive right there. Yeah, it's a business to him. You see.
Black Joe, I think StreamYard kicked you out again.
Yeah, and I noticed they've been doing that, a lot.
Yeah, I was reading what you put in the comments about the SSRIs and that the data exists. So what RFK was saying ain't true. He said, "Damn, between the small hats and the LGBTQ, you can't talk truth about them." Exactly.
Yeah, that is a fact. And
like, forget slandering them. Like, see, what was going on is I was getting these stats. My phone got to doing something to where I couldn't terminate an internet page. I had to restart my phone.
Oh no!
But when it comes to gender affirming care, SSRIs are the tip of the spear.
Is that why they're doing all these shootings? The last shooting in Minneapolis was one of those transgender.
Between the transgenders and the folk with genetic deficiencies who are born with chemical imbalances in their brain. All right.
Okay.
I can literally go back to 2006. I had a friend that was taking Prozac, and one of the first warnings was, if you quit it cold turkey, it may cause suicidal or harmful thoughts. Then everything else.
Damn.
So this is a known fact, and it's been a known fact. But because America is looking a lot like Sodom and Gomorrah, yeah, they are protected like the small hands, man.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, man, why don't the motherfucker just go on and smoke him some weed, man? You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I did to my friend that was on Prozac, and they ain't been back to Prozac in over 20 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, tell him to go smoke him some weed, man. You know.
Have you heard anything about Abilify? Because they got me on Abilify for my depression.
You be careful with that Abilify. Be careful, because it anything that messes with your serotonin or dopamine receptors. Once you no longer get that, you got to compare this to a cocaine addict or a heroin addict. That dopamine release. You don't get high off of it, but your body gets used to a certain amount of dumping. And when you deplete it is when you go into your dark space.
Yeah.
Okay. So another word for that would be withdrawals, right?
That's the withdrawal. Yeah, you get the anger, you get the throwing, you be ready to sprig out.
Right.
So you, and the killing part is you become dependent on these medicines. They aren't even a treatment. They are the problem.
Right.
Damn.
So yeah, let me get back to looking up this SSRI information, because when I tell you my phone hasn't done this in probably over 6 months. So yeah, that's interesting to me.
Well, it seems to me, man, with individuals, man, who have that stuff in their system, they need to get them some purified water, man, and drink it like Kool-Aid to flush out their system.
See, that's the catch, though. You look, the dude who just shot up, the last cross-dressing white male mass shooter. Let me say that right. His mama held his hand through everything, and they caught her trying to get on the airplane and leave the state as he was doing the shooting. Like, she allowed him to change his name and she allowed him to go through gender affirming care and all that stuff. And once again, the tip of the spear is the antidepressant, because once you snip yourself, or once you a man and you start growing breasts, like, think about it, a masculine man with too much fat, he feels some kind of way about him jiggling too much.
Right.
So they got to stay in a certain state of mind. And without these people who are backing them and upping them, this wouldn't be it. Back in the 90s, and nobody cared if you was gay, you went over there. But the issue nowadays is, see, this is the catch too. Since we're in this day and age of everyone can do what they want to do, and don't question me on what I do, you stay out of my business. These cross-dressing men are really getting upset that heterosexual men don't see them in public. They're invisible to heterosexual men. That's a huge part of this. So when I'm online and I'm hearing different groups of people complain about things, like, to know that they want straight men, and when I say stuff like, well, if he messes with you, he's not straight, like, that defeats the whole argument.
Right.
So
I'm sorry. Go. Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, man, in California, if you don't address one of them individuals by their quote unquote preferred status, right, they will hit your ass with a hate crime.
And this goes back to these states that I keep on talking about, where you have no stand your ground law. That's part of that. Like, that's a huge part of that. Them kowtowing to them people. But once again, like, just like the gay chef at Obama restaurant that all of a sudden, at Obama house, that all of a sudden came up drowned, and then all of this stuff come out about Obama and his homosexual his ways and his taste. So you gotta, like, cause and effect be there. Sometimes you gotta step all the way out the box and look at everything, man. And it's dangerous out here. And any one of those SSRIs is like I say, after taking them for so long, once your body gets used to a certain amount of dopamine and serotonin release, if it can't get that, you get real agitated real quick.
Yeah.
So that's just
of addiction.
It definitely develops an addiction. Like Adderall ain't nothing but meth. It just got a different 1 or 2 different chemical precursors, but the makeup is the exact same as a meth molecule.
Yeah, and Ritalin ain't nothing but crack.
Exactly. So yeah, you know, the way to kind of do it though, if you want to get off of them, is to wean yourself off of them. You're going to notice your mood changes and stuff like that. But if you could wean yourself off and find an alternative or a hobby, like we all got our own quote unquote ADHDs, you know what I'm saying? Mine was firearms. So I went to school for firearms and it really keep my mind occupied.
Right.
So it's one of those things. Like I tell parents about their children, if the school or doctor say your children got ADHD, just find out what they're into. And once you do that, the job that they're into, which is actually their hobby, makes them to where if they learn it, they never work a day in their life.
Right.
So yeah, but the SSRIs, man, it's the tip of the spear of the ubiquitous LGBTQ community, because it's that to suppress feelings, emotions, and attitudes as they're going through all of these different procedures.
Right. And then to give you some more cannon fodder there, Black Joe, is like when you go through Silicon Valley, right? Okay. Because I did a story on that a while back, Brother Che, if you recall, is that all you got is these biotech firms, biotech, biology, technology. You see what I'm saying? Which is biotech. And these areas are posh, multi-trillion-dollar industries. You see what I'm saying? So just like what the chairman of Pfizer said, our obligation is to our stockholders, and he's pretty much like saying the hell with the general public. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's all a business.
And real quick, back in '99, I had a traumatic injury that had me in the hospital for 6 months, and they were just giving me a cup of medicine, and I noticed my mood changed. I'm totally not an agreeable person. I'll do what I need to do for myself, but I'm not an agreeable person. And I just found myself, Joe, we need you to do this. Okay, yes, no problem. And I asked for a breakdown of my meds list. The doctor had prescribed me Prozac. I told him the DC, it was very interesting. So when I tell you it's nothing, it makes you agreeable in the right environment. So just be aware, and I land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Black Joe. Yeah, I'm definitely take a breath to that, because they got me on Abilify, 10 milligrams, and I only take the stuff occasionally. I don't take it every day because I don't like the way it
Be sure to flush your system out, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Be sure to flush your system out. You know what I'm saying? And you got to don't use no tab water, man. You know what I'm saying? And what have you.
I got one of those lifetime filters, Shabaka.
Yeah. And flush your system out. You see what I mean?
All right,
that's what I do. Because, man, they got me like about on 35 different medications right here, man. So I flush my system out, you see.
All right, so the next one is about all the intense exchanges they had during the Senate hearing.
Oh, yeah. And then Warlock went up there and told Kennedy he needs to be fired.
Yeah, he's in here too.
Yeah.
Newly filled with people who have, I've made it clear, I think that.
Come on, computer. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, and you see Kennedy got some goons behind him. You know that, right?
Said I'm making it harder for children to get vaccines and that kids are going to die because of it. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in the record today an op-ed written by Susan Monarez, who was fired by Mr. Kennedy.
Without objection.
So what we know, and Dr. Monarez, was approved by Republicans. She wrote an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal, which I've just put in the record, and I quote her. She said, "I was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel newly filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric." So it's not some liberal philosopher or something. This is the CDC director who tells the Wall Street Journal, which is not exactly interested in progressive, theories and the like, that she was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel filled with people who've publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. So my first question, Mr. Secretary, is, did you in fact do what Director Monarez said you did, which is tell her to just go along with vaccine recommendations, even if she didn't think such recommendations aligned with scientific evidence? That is
No, I did not.
That's a yes or no. So you have an opportunity to call her a liar if you say that you didn't do it, but I'd like to see you respond to this.
No, I did not say that to her. And I never had a private meeting with her. So there are witnesses to every meeting that we have, and all of those witnesses will say, I never said that.
So she's lying today to the American people in the Wall Street Journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk now about what's coming up, because I've made it clear what I've thought about the 203 days with my colleague, Senator Also Brooks. In 2 weeks, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet to make decisions about critical vaccines that protect us against hepatitis B, measles, and more. The committee's got a profound impact on vaccine access, but these aren't ordinary meetings. You stack the deck to ensure the panel bends to your views. In June, you fired all 17 committee members who were respected scientists and doctors. You replaced them with non-experts, vaccine skeptics, and conspiracy theorists. As a result, this critical advisory panel has lost scientific credibility. After years, colleagues, we spent so much time not looking at this as Democrats and Republicans, but as good science and scientific credibility. And now the American Academy of Pediatrics has warned that the committee is being politicized at the expense of children's health. American Academy of Pediatrics, you think they're lying too?
I think the American Academy of Pediatrics is gravely conflicted. They get their biggest contributors are the 4 largest vaccine makers. They run a journal, Pediatrics, which they make a lot of money on, that is completely dependent on pharmaceutical companies. So I wouldn't put a big stake in what they say that benefits pharmaceutical interests. Senator, I didn't politicize ACIP, I depoliticized it. The Congress has been investigating ACIP.
All over the country, Mr. Secretary, scientists and doctors are saying otherwise. They're all wrong too. They're all lying, according to you.
The scientists and doctors are supporting me all over the country. There is division on opinion.
I don't get letters from thousands of people who are not political saying that this set of changes is going to damage American healthcare, and particularly these healthcare agencies, for decades to come. I don't get any letters from people saying, hey, this is going to make a big difference forever.
Yeah, maybe you're listening to a selective group of people.
Well, you get me.
Yeah, and I will.
Fine.
I will tell you what, Senator. I will put my mailbag against your mailbag any day of the week.
30 seconds. Dangerous respiratory viruses like RSV are on the agenda for the next advisory meeting. Countless parents have been awakened in the dead of night by a wheezing kid gasping for air, forced to rush their little one to the ER. There's no worse heart-wrenching fear. The RSV vaccine offers these kids protection against the worst effects of the virus. But now it looks like you're on a crusade to make infants and babies more vulnerable to the terrible illness. That's what we're doing with the COVID changes.
And please make your answer brief, Mr. Secretary.
I've said that
position is indefensible. I think it's possible.
Congress has been investigating that committee for 23 years because it is pervaded with conflicts of interest. What we did is we got rid of the conflicts of interest. We depoliticized it and put great scientists on it from a very diverse group.
Let me close with
very pro-vaccine.
Let me close with this, because like Senator Crapo, I'm a few seconds over. I don't think, Mr. Secretary, this is about you and me. This is about kids being pushed in harm's way by reckless and repeated decisions to get scientists and doctors out of the way and allow conspiracy theories to dictate this country's health policy. I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I got a reply? Or Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
I'm going to let Senator Wyden respond briefly to that, and then we're not going to go over like we just did.
This committee on a bipartisan basis. Colleagues, my cabinet secretary says that we have no interest in chronic care. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, could we have regular order, please?
We are in the process of turning around the Medicare program with the chronic care bill that Chairman Hatch, when he was chairman in this committee, put together on a bipartisan basis.
All right, we're going to proceed. And I just want the rest of the members to know, I gave Senator Wyden as ranking member some leeway there, but we're going to stick to the 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, in June, you fired every member. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, may I have my time back, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your attention. In June, you fired every member of the well-qualified panel that was charged with recommending vaccines to the CDC. No one in your job.
Oh, Lord, that's Michael Bennett. I ain't in it from Colorado speaking right there. I want to read what Black Joe put in the chat about this RNA hacking. So RNA hacking is a gene regulation technology that uses short aggregate nucleotides to control RNA structure within living cells, which allows for the suppression of target protein translation. The translation. The method developed by researchers at the University of Gothenburg essentially
that sounds Dutch.
Yeah, essentially hacks the cell's natural processes by manipulating RNA molecules.
The jab.
Yep. That's why we was against it. We still against it. He said the old influencer. Oh, go ahead, Black Joe.
See, about that RNA hacking, what you got to understand, though, is what they did with the jab is something that they've never done to the human body before. They basically gave the human body a program and told it to make an antibody for something that has never invaded the human body. Whereas previously, all vaccines were made through chicken eggs, which were fertilized and infused with the virus, which was weakened, and then put in our bodies and it was weakened to the point where our bodies could fight it off. Now they know what they're fighting. So this is interesting. This is why all the side effects like those clots are in people and stuff like that. You don't hack the body.
Right.
But if you, okay, so yeah, we don't want to take it, but if you by some chance want to take it, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you want to take it, they're saying that you should have the ability to take it.
See, this the catch. They've been playing with stem cells since 2000. To know that China recently used stem cells to possibly cure type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and here we are hacking RNA, and to look at it, I'm not even mad at it because over 700,000 white folk in America died from COVID, whereas about 200,000 black folk died from the ventilator. See the difference?
That part. And then remember, initially when it first hit, it was just them that was catching that shit.
Yes. Trust fund babies was lining up trust funds, and like whole bloodlines have been wiped out by that on their side.
Yep.
And then also too, do you remember the doctor, the sister who was a doctor who was dying that went on a live feed with the jab saying don't take it?
Yep.
And she died, you know what I'm saying? I think she died later on that day. She was in her last few hours of life. And she was saying is that this crap is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, as far as I'm concerned, because they targeted the black community, let's turn back the hands of times, gentlemen. They targeted the black community where they had our people lined up in Harlem, Philadelphia, Chicago, to take it. But I mean, and then
remember they
yeah.
100 years ago, Shabaka, with the red summer.
Yeah, and then they was talking about these cell towers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, so I'm not going to get on that, man. You know what I'm saying? Is because everybody's cell phone is on these off these cell towers and what have you. You say
the scariest thing is about 10 years ago. Hold on, 25, about 10, 15 years ago, Bill Gates did a TED talk. And in his TED talk, he said they can depopulate the earth by at least 10% through vaccinations.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's part of Agenda 21, the depopulation. Yeah, I remember that.
And then you guys remember back during the Obama regime, man, where they had that senator up there introducing legislation where every other word was classified. In regard to health, classified. In regard to military, classified. In regard to technology, classified.
So basically, with the vaccines, they're giving you the virus.
Yeah, exactly. And then
they're giving you their version of the virus.
Yes, sir. And then do you remember, man, they was making all those hermetically sealed coffins out of plastic as opposed to conventional methods of making caskets?
So they're giving you the GMO version of the virus.
100%. And that's how you get runaway trains.
Exactly. And then you remember all the people that they were burning over there in India?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And look, on that burning note, see, this is my theory. When I watched how many people were burned in India and in China, is really when COVID took off around the world, particularly.
Right.
Yeah, because remember it started in Wuhan, and they had that 5G technology. They had 6G technology, and they had made a correlation between the 5G.
And also, one thing, Africans and Negroes, they don't thank God enough. I'm gonna tell you why. The Chinese bad lady over there that was coming up with the Wuhan thing and and with the web market and all that COVID thing, she was doing the research.
Yeah,
right.
Because these people feel like melanated folk, African or Black, are inferior to them. They don't use our DNA to come up with these diseases.
Right. That's why they wanted us to take those trials so they could test that shit out on us because they hadn't done no trials on us, and that's why they got on national TV and
another Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah.
And because the DNA used to create that virus was Eurasian and Asian, that's who it affected mostly around the world.
Yeah, and then they used that sister as a guinea pig to try to get us to take the Moderna because we was like, we're not taking that Pfizer shit. Pfizer was getting through left and right. So they're like, oh, we're gonna create another version. We'll have another company do it, and we're gonna have this sister take it on the air, so y'all aren't scared to take it. And then right after that, they had Negroes lined up in every major city to take that shit, but I wasn't lined up for them.
And they offering plates and chicken and all kind of Negro kickbacks.
Oh yeah. And then you remember the sister who took it and she died, and she had came out there. She either did a live feed or she did a YouTube video where her face was all contorted and she was really messed up. You know what I'm saying? From taking that crap.
And I had that shit twice. Remember, Shabaka, me and Lady Che had caught it twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I caught it 3 times.
Okay, did you flush it? Okay, did you flush your system out with the water? The kids.
Yes, I pushed hydration.
Okay, and also to get you some natural lime juice. You see what I'm saying?
This is what brought my folk through this. Me letting them know that since you don't have any taste buds or any appetite, intake calories through liquids in the form of pure juice from concentrate and stuff like that. Flush your kidneys out. Make sure they keep on working. The first time, no taste, no smell. The second time, no smell, head taste. The third time, it was the flu.
Right.
Yep. That's what happened to Taste. She lost all her sense of smell and taste.
Yeah. And then I remember, as a kid in the 60s, before going to public school and elementary school, they gave us one of those, what they call those immunizations, right? And for the next 40 years, from my teenage years, man, up to my early 50s, I had this constant place at the injection site that would swell up. And I used to rupture it all the time. You know, dirt would come out of there, man, a brown-like substance, you know what I mean? But it's gone now. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, man, I had that effect, man, for about 25, 30 years, but it's gone now, you see.
Right.
It's gone. And
And
then on, and then on,
chat about this Casper, the cluster regularly in interspace short palindromic repeats.
No.
It's a gene editing technology that allows scientists to modify DNA in living organisms. It's based on bacteria defense system.
Wow.
Bacteria capture vital DNA and insert it into their own genome. So it's all GMO. So they're genetically modifying your DNA.
Yeah. Then the cold part about it is that they own the copyright on your DNA. See, that's the cold part about it. That's why I want to Skip the Truth Gates, you know, was coming out there, you know, take the ancestry test, and to find out that once you give up that sample, man, you lose all your copyrights to it.
The word,
ain't that
the
a
word, yeah. But that CRISPR situation, the word is that's what China used to on a couple to where they gave birth to a child that's immune to HIV and AIDS. CRISPR, before that, CRISPR was being used if you had the right money, if you wanted your baby to have hazel brown eyes and a certain color hair, you could do that.
Oh,
That's
I know
what CRISPR does.
Oh, now you talking about them designer babies.
Yeah. That's what CRISPR started
I
as.
heard of that.
You go from Dolly the sheep with cloning to CRISPR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Also, CRISPR could have been used, or a form of CRISPR could have been used in Wuhan in creating, since it's out there, in creating the cough.
Because they modified the bird flu.
Yeah, some kind of bat disease. They modified it and made it transferable to humans, but they use Asian and Eurasian and European DNA. So that they the Chinese were pissed Africans wasn't dying over there to the point where they started deporting them.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, they were doing that to the Nigerians in particular.
And we were like, is this a white disease? That's what I remember seeing that in 2019.
Yeah.
Like in 2020, is this a white
Remember,
disease? They were the main ones catching that shit.
And there was an African leader that had sent a DNA sample of some kind of plant or some animal, and it came back positive for COVID, and it was impossible.
Right. And then remember Hank Aaron get the jab, that Moderna shit, and then he ended up dying shortly after.
Yeah, that's right.
You notice that almost everyone that shamed people for not taking that situation died?
Yeah. And so, like I said, man, I just load up on my lime juice, man, and drink that lime juice like water.
So RFK Jr. is onto something, and they didn't want that information to get out, so now they're grilling him.
Yeah. So what they're trying to do is smear him in public, so don't nobody put no regard on what he's saying. You see what I'm saying?
But this bastard on the screen, this is Michael Bennett. He called himself running for governor next year here in Colorado. This is Mr. Bennett. I ain't in it. I remember I ran into his ass at the farmer's market. He was shocked. I knew who the hell he was.
Damn.
Because he was responsible for the charter schools out here.
Okay.
He was part of that defer movement.
Yeah. Because I know in California they had an initiative that they was trying to get on the ballot to take away the funding for public education and take that funding and put it off in the charter schools. And basically what you do, the charter schools, the administration can decide who attends the charter schools. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So quite naturally, of course, you know, they had them out there in these rich areas of California like Arcadia, which is mainly Chinese, where Santa Anita used to be, San Mateo County, ritzy areas of that. But places like Los Angeles County, Alameda County, of course, you know, they didn't want them going up there, you see.
Yeah.
And parts of San Francisco County and stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, let me finish the clip. Fuck my head. I just wanted to get that out.
Has ever fired every committee member all at once. That month, you told the American people that you were, quote, going to bring great people onto the ACIP panel, not anti-vaxxers. Are you aware that one of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains, their heart, their immune system, and their ability to have children in the future? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Were you aware that he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
Dr. Malone is one of the as I said, Dr. Malone is one of the inventors of the mRNA vaccine,
not
so he knows a lot more
that
about
statement,
it than I do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made, just as it wasn't true when you wrote that, quote, African AIDS is entirely different from Western AIDS. Are you aware that another one of these new members, Dr. Levy, wrote that, quote, evidence is mounting and indisputable that mRNA vaccines cause, including death, especially among young people? Yes or no? Are you aware that he said that?
I wasn't aware he said it, but I think I agree with it.
You agree with it? It's not true. It wasn't true when he said it. It is not true when you said it. Secretary Kennedy, later this month, your new panel will meet to consider changing vaccine recommendations for American children. In addition to the COVID-19 vaccines, they are set to review recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine, for measles, for mumps, for rubella and varicella vaccine, and the RSV vaccine. These are common back-to-school vaccinations for children all over the industrialized world. If you change that, you owe parents in Colorado and across the country the benefit of some transparency, I think. If your panel recommends changing the vaccine schedule for children, do you anticipate that fewer children will receive these common vaccinations, yes or no?
What I would say, Senator,
the obvious answer is yes. Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
Senator,
how about more?
You fucking Democrats should be responsible for that shit. You allowed these goddamn illegals to flood our goddamn state and city. And they brought all that shit over here. We had already been vaccinated for all that shit. Like Shabaka said, we had to get all those vaccinations when we was in grade school. So y'all are the black for that shit, Democrats. You open up the gates. You open up the border and let these mugs in from these countries where these diseases is running rampant and they don't have no immunity to the shit. So they bring that shit over here, and now they got our whole damn school system and health system infected with that shit.
Yeah. You say, yeah.
Mumps outbreaks.
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So
well, it's a panel you just put those folks on. Far from what you said, there are people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say, Mr. Secretary, all these vaccines that we're talking about today are free and accessible to parents today in America who have the freedom to be able to make that choice for their children. Will that be true after your handpicked panel makes their judgments about these vaccines?
I think that parents should be free to...
I know you said that before. I do too.
To make their own choices.
So will they be just as free after these?
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will
all
you
the
make
evidence-
it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You
Are you
described
saying,
people
Senator,
moving the Titanic.
Are you
chairs
saying
on the
that the
Titanic
mRNA
with-
vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here.
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked you a
Kennedy.
question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
And I'm approaching this as a doctor, not as a senator. I am concerned about children's health, seniors' health, all of our health. And I applaud you for joining the president in a call for radical transparency. Thank you for that. I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely.
That motherfucker deserves to be an inmate.
But you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also were
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Now, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain.
So Operation Warp Speed was what Trump in his first term had enacted to fast track the vaccine without any kind of clinical trials.
Right.
And we kept, remember back then, Shabaka, we kept saying something ain't right, something ain't right.
Exactly. And then keep in mind, where was the first places they started putting this shit? Harlem, the south and west side of the Chi. You see, in the black communities of St. Louis. You see what I'm saying? And then when the shit hit the West Coast, the first case was up there in Seattle. It came in Washington State, and I said within 2 weeks, this shit is going to be all over the fucking West Coast, and lo and behold, it was.
That was patient zero.
Yeah.
In Washington. See, the catch though about the whole either take the jab or don't work thing. A lot of Negroes had jobs that wasn't requiring them to take the jab, but the majority of Caucasians had jobs that was mandatory. You take the jab or lose your job. Who can afford that in a job making $150,000 a year with $100,000 worth of bills that year?
Right. Exactly. That's extortion.
That's
exactly better them than us.
Yeah, exactly. That's extortion.
My mom is a nurse, and she's a transport nurse, and she was telling me how they was making her having to take that shit in order for her to get a job. And I was like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, you know. And then I've had loved ones who took it, and I says, I need to know the name of the doctor who administered this injection or what for. I said, I got my reasons, connect the dots.
There was forcing shit on our brothers and sisters in the prisons and the jails too.
Oh, see, now that part right there, sir, is even worse, like the damn Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah.
No, see, you gotta understand. Everyone that I know here that died under the COVID umbrella, they died because that vent was forced on them, and they fought that vent helping them breathe.
Yeah, that ventilator, and it was getting $36,000. I remember for each one of those ventilations.
You want to know something? You're right, because Cuomo, when he was the governor of New York, was talking about that.
And then remember, we had Dr. Christina Parks on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and she was telling us about that too.
Yeah. And I'm gonna reach out to the doctor again. You know what I'm saying?
So at least half of the Negroes in America that died under the COVID umbrella was basically suffocated.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And then look who they targeted in the Black community: the homeless.
Yep. Well, I remember being ironically enough, at a hearing at the state capitol, and this cracker broad got up there, and she was like, we was talking about a bill to basically get rid of the urban camping ban that had been on the books at the city level for, at that time, it had to have been about 6-7 years. And this white chick got up there, and she was like, I fear for the unhoused. They're all gonna get COVID. And this is like a month or two before it became like a big thing. And I was like, what the hell is this broad talking about? And and exactly like a month later, all these unhoused ended up catching COVID out of nowhere.
Yep. And then I remember when Gruesome Newsom, man, put the state of California on a lockdown, man, in 2020.
They put California on lockdown. Colorado was on lockdown. Several states were on lockdown.
And then they put the whole state of Nevada on lockdown too. I remember, because when they put the state of Nevada on lockdown, they showed the Las Vegas Strip, man. It was completely dark.
Mm-hmm. And then I remember our coon ass mayor at the time, Han Coon, telling us to stay home while his ass went down to Mississippi to visit his family.
Ain't that a bitch, you know? And then old Gruesome Newsom, yeah, you just brought back a memory. Old Gruesome Newsom put the fucking state of California on lockdown, and then he take his ass up there to Napa Valley and not wearing a mask and having a party for his wife.
Yeah, he sure did. I remember that.
Oh yeah, and bad news for you winos out there. You know, Napa Valley is getting burned, so it's going to cost more money for you all to get Shorty out of jail. Now, keep in mind is that the wino is a taxpayer, so is the drunk. Is because that there's a government seal he's cracking on his booze. You see what I'm saying? So that makes his ass a taxpayer too.
So this what Black Joe just put in the chat confirms what we've been saying about how they genetically modified the coronavirus. 4 insertions in the spike of glycoprotein S, which are unique to the 2019 nCoV, which is the COVID, are not present in other COVID coronaviruses. Because remember when they was gaslighting us, seriously gaslighting us, because we kept saying Lysol kills this. Because I remember seeing even in the 90s and 2000s, the Lysol bottle said it kills all these diseases.
Yeah, but this was the catch. This was the catch with COVID-19. You got to understand this virus could survive all the way up to 145 degrees.
So which means the desert heat won't kill it, because because see, a human being cannot survive in 144 degrees out here.
No.
Yep, he can't.
So it had a very robust cell structure. Like Yeah, like, and it could survive on certain surfaces for up to a month. But go ahead, my fault.
Yeah, no, but that's right though, man. Is because you see what they're gonna do with us, man. Okay, is that they're gonna systematically get us, you see, through some cockamamie bullshit, and they're gonna take us right out here in the middle of this damn Death Valley, man. They're gonna turn the water off, man, because it can get up to 137 degrees out there in Death Valley,
Yeah.
and
I
you ain't.
argue that. I argue that for one reason. These folk have tried everything, including spraying nuclear, biological, and chemical stuff in St. Louis off the projects. The only
Yep.
thing they got left is the straight coming us heads up. So I hope everybody prepared for that.
Oh yeah, yes sir, absolutely. And then also too, man, when I first moved to Vegas, man, I remember seeing these aircraft taking off from Nellis Air Force Base, man, and they was putting all these chemtrails up in the sky.
Yeah. I remember that too.
Yeah, when I first moved here, man, I see about 10, 20 of these Air Force jets from Nellis, man, going around here, and you see the chemtrails after them.
Hmm. Importantly, amino acid residues in all four inserts have identity and similarity to HIV, GP20, and HIV-1 gag. Interestingly, despite the inserts being discontinuous on a primary amino acid sequence,
Y'all can't hear me typing up here, can you?
No. 3D modeling of the 2019 COVID suggests that they converge to constitute the receptor binding site.
Airborne HIV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So basically, you gotta look at it like this.
For humans, damn.
So it's going to you gotta look at it like this. If you're in a city where it's a lot of sick people with COVID, you gotta worry about viral load, just like a person with HIV do.
Yeah.
But if you're somewhere where there's not a lot of sick people, you ain't gotta worry about viral load and you can fight it off.
Yeah, and San Francisco and Oakland, man, you know, this winter, you're gonna have a whole lot of sick people. Because it can go below freezing in the Bay Area. I've witnessed it.
Yeah. And remember when they released the shit, it was in the spring.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
See, I was watching Chinese folks. See, my child and my old lady into Asian culture, and I was literally watching Chinese folk suffocate to death without a tube being in them in the hospitals in 2019 before it came over here. Now, really, the U.S. could have declared war on China because China used people as biological bombs. I was watching Asian people here in the States and also Caucasian people doing things like spitting on the handles of shopping carts and subway poles and spitting on people's doorknobs and stuff. So when I tell you they played a biological warfare game, and that's the biggest threat to not just black folk, the entirety of humanity. But like I keep on saying, we got psychopaths in charge that are in the world before they give up power. We got to be prepared for that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then remember Trump, and it's China. It's China.
And then too, another thing that we really got to put checks and balances on, man, is these raccoons. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, big time, Shabaka. Well, that's the boule. We gotta do
right.
what I've been saying.
Yeah, the raccoons are very, very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're gonna do? Okay, they're gonna have sports figures come out here, and I ain't saying no names. Okay, they're gonna have sports figures coming out here advocating this bullshit.
They're gonna have sports figures, entertainers, rappers.
Right, right.
And in 2020, you had Juvenile do a whole song called "Backs That Thing."
Oh yeah, man, I remember that, man, because I had Juvenile, man, on. It was either Twitter, man, or Facebook, and he was down there in Louisiana, man, talking about backs that thing up, backs that thing up.
Am I the only one that peep game that the HBCU Harvard University has put out more opposition on blacks than the Republican Party?
Oh yes.
I didn't want to make sure I wasn't the only one tripped off of that.
Oh yes, sir, most definitely, because a lot of these HBCUs get their funding, man, from outside sources other than black entrepreneurs. You see what I'm saying?
Think about it in the aspect of being a street dude. You shaking hands with your homeboy, you breaking bread, y'all drinking whole time. He's a cop. It's the same difference.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Exactly. You see?
An informant.
Yeah, and then I'd had family members asking me, "Have you been vaccinated? Have you been vaccinated?" And I told them, "Hell no." You know what I'm saying? And I got tested for it because I think I was getting ready to get on a flight going across the country, and they said, "No, you're negative. You're negative. You're negative." So people are asking me, "Well, how come you're negative?" Keep drinking this damn Simply Lime juice right here.
Yeah, my mom tried to convince me to get that shit too, and I was like, hell no. And then she sent me my shot records from when I was a kid, and I said, I'm still not getting that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And then not to mention the fact is that they like with the Tuskegee experiment, they always are going to experiment on us first.
Yeah.
But check dig, this is the crazy part for me. Up until about the early 2000s is when a lot of side effects and different and new vaccines started happening to the children. But up until that point, them using fertilized eggs and weakened cells had been golden.
Yeah.
We survived that and shook polio and everything off for what, over 60 years to go into DNA hacking? Like this the kind of thing that creates a cascading effect, like a Trojan horse. Like if you don't believe in zombies, they keep playing. You gonna mess around and see one.
Oh yeah.
Like our brother, what was his name? Shabaka? Aziz. Aziz said, growing a third head, I don't care if you're one of my family members, I'm blowing your head off.
Right.
I'm just waiting on them to activate they put in the damn vaccine, because you know they got that nanotechnology. They could have put all kinds of shit in addition to what they're just now releasing that they put in the vaccine.
Right. You see, because look at three words. Look at three words, people. Microsoft, microdot, microscopic. Connect the dots.
So I'm just waiting on them to turn that chip on, and then we really have the zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's bad enough this fentanyl is running rampant, and you got around like zombies right now. Every major city, well, every Democratic major city, because them illegals brought that shit over from their home countries, and
They also brought that parasitic flesh-eating worm that's supposed to, that if it gets within our livestock, it's over.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Because that shit eats from the inside out.
All right, let's hear some more of this bullshit.
Gotta laugh to keep from crying.
I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts. Now, I grew up in a middle-class family, so $500 million seems just to cancel. It seems like an incredible waste of money, but it also seems like a commentary upon what the president was attempting, what the president did in Operation Warp Speed, which is to create a platform by which to create vaccines. So this just seems inconsistent that you would agree with me the president deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this.
Is this a question, Senator Cassidy, or is this the speech that you don't want me to answer? Because I want to answer that question.
Please.
If it's a question.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president, but President Trump could do it. It got the vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. And then, but it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols for treatments. And there were no mandates. And then
Okay, I have another question, so please, about 15
that's when I began litigating against President Biden's mandates. Now,
I'm sorry, let me go on because
in terms
you've
of
covered
me
the mandates
canceling those
before.
contracts,
I have limited time, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry. You've called for, and rightly so, that we should restrict participation in agencies for those with conflict of interest. I would like to submit for the record a evaluation of the conflict of interest of those who are on the ACIP and the Vaccines and Related Biologic Products Advisory Board. It was not 97% as alleged, rather it was 6.9%, and it was 1.2%, I think, for the other panel.
Without objection.
Now, I am concerned, though, because many of those whom you have nominated for the ACIP board.
Senator,
Excuse me,
you have the facts
excuse me,
wrong in there
excuse me,
because-
can I have my time back?
Yes.
Yeah. What I am concerned about is that many of those whom you've nominated for ACIP have received revenue as serving as expert witnesses for plaintiffs' attorneys suing vaccine makers. Now, one of my colleagues in another setting alleged that you seem more interested in settlements than science. If we put people who are paid witnesses for people suing vaccines, that actually seems like a conflict of interest. Real quickly, do you agree with that?
No, I don't. It may be a bias, and that bias, if disclosed, is okay. But it's not a financial. It's not a financial conflict of interest. It's not a financial conflict of interest.
Let me finish up. You also told Senator Wyden at the outset that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia, occasionally gives me hell. My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She is one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient request it, but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now, even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
You know, I represent one of the most science-based states in the country. That is percentage of scientists per capita. And at your confirmation hearing, we asked about this, whether you would follow science. You've made a statement here today in your testimony that you would follow science, and yet you're not following science, and that's what Senator Cassidy's question was. It's a simple yes or no answer. Do you think the president deserves to get a prize for warp speed in the mRNA technology that saved so many lives? And you won't answer that question.
I answered it.
No, you're saying that there are problems with what was interpreted. You could say yes. You should say
I
yes.
said the
Yeah, you
president
say-
also deserves a Nobel Prize, but our mRNA vaccines that we're working on, the ones that we canceled, which are for upper respiratory infections alone, are those.
You canceled $500 million of research because the mRNA technology is about continuing the research to be ready for the next flu, influenza, the next pandemic, and you have to do the research.
I'm happy to have a detailed discussion with you about it. You're so wrong on your facts.
You're interrupting me. And sir, you're a charlatan. That's what you are. You're the ones who conflate chronic disease with the need for vaccines. The history on vaccines is very clear. This is the 20th century. That's how many people had vaccines and had illnesses. This is the 21st century. This is the decrease, 99% down to 100%. This is what was delivered with vaccines. And you don't want to support that. You don't want to support that evidence. So yes, the governors of the West Washington, Oregon, and California will take up the efficacy of science. Yes, the University of Washington will deliver the science that America will depend on, because you don't want to depend on it. And his own Surgeon General of the Trump administration said over 2 million lives were saved because of the mRNA technology, and you don't want to continue that. You don't want to continue that technology. So what country is going to now take up that technology lead? What country is going to do that? Leaving us more vulnerable to some other country, keeping the advantage on having the best technology. So I'm telling you, I represent a state that's about technology. I have two other quick questions for you.
These questions or statements? Because I can answer that question if it's actually a question.
Do you believe in having the ACA and the support for the ACA that is about to expire? Do you believe in doing something about that?
In terms of the enhanced premium tax credits?
Yes.
Well, the Democrats had two chances to make them permanent, and they didn't. And they didn't for a reason.
We're the ones who delivered it. So I'm just asking, yes or no, do you want to do something about this? Yes or no?
I want to fix the system, and that's what we're doing, fixing systematically to make premiums lower. That's what President Trump wants to do.
Do you think the women on the steps of the Capitol were a hoax yesterday?
I don't know about any women on the steps of the Capitol.
The women who were talking about Epstein, do you think they were a hoax yesterday?
Do I think they were?
You think they were perpetrating a hoax yesterday?
Perpetuating a hoax?
Yeah.
I have no idea what they were saying. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
You're hearing about the women on the Capitol steps saying that they believe that the Epstein information should be made public. That's the first you're hearing about it. What I'm saying is you are perpetrating hoaxes. You, as this Secretary of Health, so you're undermining the whole healthcare delivery system, and you keep trying to point to chronic disease, but you're not putting solutions on the table to cover more Americans, and you're taking away the science and technology that has made us the leader that has saved, according to the first Trump administration Surgeon General, millions of lives, and you don't want to keep that going. So no, I don't support your continued efforts as Secretary, and I definitely think that our colleagues need to rally around science. If you want the Northwest to continue to lead on all innovation and all healthy people, okay, we'll do that. But it's a sad statement for the rest of America and America's leadership on technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I actually hoped, I didn't support you. I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got 2 kids, as we discussed when we met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Of course they won't.
I would say this, that seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back to just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are modeled.
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration, absolutely dismal.
So who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
Fired Dr.
Go to the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krauss. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krauss.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant? I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you've got to one. I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified. With all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill. Because they are going to lose health care across the board. They already live in food deserts. They can't get to a nutritionist because Medicaid doesn't do enough reimbursement. If you're going to want Americans to get healthier, should they have access to nutritionists? Should they have access to good science about healthy food? Absolutely. Well, then how is that going to happen with the Medicaid cuts that are taking place?
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
Sir, that is an absurd. There is not a single, some of my Republican colleagues, but there's not a single study that does not, and I can tell you, I was in Franklin, Virginia a couple days ago. The rural hospital is going to close. The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing healthcare policy, not being the doctor in. I hope I can just say, hey, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice. And obviously, Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy.
Let off around in that mud. You see how they stopped what they was doing and turn around like, what the hell was that? Did somebody drop something? Like, what the hell? Oh, let me finish this.
Lower the temperature a little bit. I got a bipartisan bill that would be a systemic fix, not a vote buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make sure that the folks who work in rural hospitals get an 80% reimbursement of what folks get in more urban centers. Would you support that legislation?
Are you talking about the area wage index?
I'm talking about the area wage index and moving that up to 80%. So there is actually ability to get rural providers.
President Trump supports that, and we support.
Do you support? You support. Good. So you will work with us to get that passed.
Yes.
That will increase costs on both Medicaid and Medicare. So you are committed to that. I appreciate that. What about Senator Wyden and I've got a bill because across America,
what about what?
Hospitals are shutting down on their OBGYN services. Try to have a baby. I don't know about all of my other friend states, but in Southside Virginia, you can't find a hospital. Will you work with us to make sure that before OBGYN services are taken out of a rural hospital, there has to be a process and procedure?
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator, meet with you and see if we can work with you on it. I don't know exactly what the issue is.
Well, again, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who has said he doesn't know how many people died from COVID, doesn't know if the vaccine saved lives, doesn't understand the issue that OBGYN doctors are fleeing rural America because they can't afford it. And with the cuts that are coming up, it's going to be exponentially worse. I would invite you, sir, to come with me to a community health center in Virginia and hear what is on people's mind. They want to get healthier? Absolutely. Count me in. But they also don't want their basic health care removed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the president's words, a monumental national achievement. Although I have strongly opposed many of President Trump's actions, I agree with him that Operation Warp Speed in 2020 was a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the president's biggest achievements, which, as the president said, saved millions of American lives. You even went as far as to call President Trump weak for this life-saving accomplishment. Last year, you tweeted that President Trump has a weakness for swamp creatures and that Operation Warp Speed was among, here's your quote again, the most devastating impact of President Trump's weakness. So, Mr. Secretary, was Operation Warp Speed a monumental national achievement, as President Trump said?
For the reason that I already said, and I assume you won't let me repeat, but I'm happy to if you want. Yes, it was.
Good. Assuming it is a monumental achievement, you've said it was, is it true that, as President Trump has said, he saved millions of American lives with the COVID-19 vaccine? Because you've just expressed great confusion about that to Senator Warner.
The only confusion I express is exactly how many lives were saved. I don't think anybody knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
It's possible those are modeling studies.
No, I will also note, just as you've been talking about data and you're concerned about it, the process for COVID vaccine approval was public, it was live streamed, and it was out in the open. Manufacturers and experts have publicly submitted data analysis, and when the FDA has asked for more, they've submitted more. They've done that for years, and the evidence is clear and supports what President Trump has said. The vaccine works, and it has saved millions of lives. Your own process, on the other hand, has not been transparent. You repeatedly choose to ignore data because it doesn't match your preconceived notions and lies. So you have said that the vaccine did save lives. You've said it was a monumental achievement. And given that, if you agree with President Trump that the vaccine saved millions of lives, why have you acted behind closed doors to overrule scientists and limit the freedom of parents to choose the COVID vaccine for their children? Why have you done that?
For the COVID vaccine, I was removed by FDA because there was the industry.
No, it was behind closed doors.
No, it's not
and scientists who said they wanted to brief you on the science, scientists who wanted to understand why the FDA, why you unilaterally changed the parameters for giving vaccines, making it possible now, to Senator Cassidy's colleagues' points, that they're going to have to go off-label.
This is crazy talk. You're just making stuff up.
To prescribe a vaccine for children. I'm not making things up. Do you know how the FDA approval process works and what?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly.
What an off-label? Do you know what an off-label prescription is?
I know exactly how it works. I know exactly how it works.
So why behind closed doors?
It's not behind closed doors. The industry makes the studies, and they could not provide a study that said that it is effective for healthy kids.
So when have you produced the data that you relied on and that this FDA relied on to change those parameters? You did it behind closed doors.
No, the data is all public.
Now parents who decide that they do want their children to have
You're just making stuff up, Senator.
I'm not
You're just making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy. So let's just settle with this. So here's what's going to happen. To Senator Warner's point, to the parents who are concerned all around the country, to people who want to get the COVID vaccine this fall, even if they're under 65, because the boosters have worked, there's been much less serious disease. People do not have the same level of threat and risk from COVID that they used to because of these vaccines. People who want to exercise their freedom of choice are being denied that.
No, they aren't. Everybody can get the vaccine.
Because you are citing data that you won't produce to the public.
You're just making things up.
Rejecting
You're
science.
making things up to scare people, and it's a lie.
With respect, I do not think I'm the one making things
You
up.
are
Thank you,
lying
Mr. Chair.
right now, Senator.
So last
Wow.
November, while you were under consideration to become Secretary of Health and
y'all
Human
still-
Services, Mr. Kennedy, you said, quote, "If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away." No exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. You would not take away vaccines
Joe,
from
you still with me?
anyone who wanted them. Then last week, you announced that the COVID-19 vaccine
For sure.
is no longer approved for healthy
Okay.
people under the age of 65. In announcing the change, you said the vaccine will be available for anyone who wants it. Now, obviously, both things cannot be true at the same moment. So let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
Anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS. Anybody is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence of that in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
We're not going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like
and that
this.
is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is, everyone who wants it, that was your promise.
I know I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said.
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary,
you want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data?
Senator,
is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It depends on the state. It depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with me?
You want me to recommend every product in the world?
No,
so that without any clinical trial data.
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can still get COVID vaccines, Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are still. You can still get the COVID vaccines, and Medicare will still pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay.
Tell the head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign.
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee who told you they weren't trustworthy, would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said.
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there were
let me get
witnesses.
this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable. And you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar?
Yeah, you should ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted against her because I was afraid she was going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee, so you fired her. Look, you are putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
Senator Sanders.
Just want to pick up on Senator Warren's point. Are you telling us that the former head of CDC went to you, you asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said, no, I am not a trustworthy person?
She didn't say, no, I'm not a trustworthy person. She said, no.
Okay,
Wow.
okay, I'm out.
And I
folks.
asked you, no, 1 second, but,
All right,
and you're
thanks
also
for having
repeating
me.
now that she is a liar,
Okay,
correct? Which you
and
wrote in the
I'll
Wall
give you
Street
time
Journal.
to call later on. All right.
Okay. Thanks for joining me, Shabaka. All right.
Okay, how do I exit? I just push end stream or just click
No,
out?
just click out. Just
okay.
Hit the red arrow at the bottom where it says leave studio.
Okay, got you. I see they changed it a little bit. All right. Okay. Talk to y'all
Okay.
later on. Okay.
Okay. And more Shabaka and Black Joe. Okay. This is almost over with, and I'll move to the next topic. About 20 more minutes left of this madness.
And I fired her because she refused to sign on in advance for the ASIP committee. No, that's not accurate.
All right, so you're calling her a liar, and I look forward to her coming before the Health Committee, maybe this committee as well. All right, Mr. Secretary, I've got a bunch of questions. Appreciate brevity in answering it. So-called beautiful bill threw 15 million Americans off of healthcare, substantially raised premiums, and is going to have a terrible impact on nursing homes, community health centers, rural hospitals all over America. Very briefly, is that really making America healthy again?
It's going to have it's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. That's a loss of $100 billion. All right, next question. President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump. Lancet study found that it prevented almost 20 million deaths during their first year of use. Secretary Kennedy, are President Trump and the medical community right, or do you still believe that the COVID vaccine was, quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made?
No, first of all, I didn't say that. Oh, I said that in terms of affairs reports a while ago. I said today, I think that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
So who's right? Is Trump in the medical community right, or are you right?
President Trump did an extraordinary piece of leadership.
Is he right or wrong? Did COVID save millions of lives?
As I said, he got Americans back to work. At that time, that particular vaccine, which perfectly matched the virus that was circulating then, and I have no idea how many lives it saved, but it saved quite a few.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us that COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are your who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the
Not a few doctors. What you're talking about is there's a big difference, Senator, between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical
industry. So you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors. And the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you'll agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now—
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you—
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the
It's not
American
that, listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty McCary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Tillis.
I can't conclude from the discussion today where you are on warp speed. So I would like the definitive statement on exactly where you would. Was it bad? Were the things that worked? Were the things that didn't work? I can't discern that from what you said here. I, for one, think that it was a signature accomplishment of President Trump, and the mRNA platform is something.
I agree with that.
I look forward to you giving us a detailed statement on exactly where you are with warp speed. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a trial lawyer. I'm a boring management consultant. Another question that we'll submit in the record, I'll give you directionally where we're going. I don't see how you go over 4 weeks from a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials, a longtime champion of MAHA values, caring and compassionate and brilliant microbiologist, and 4 weeks later, fire her because at least the public reports say because she refused to fire people that work for her. So as somebody who advised executives on hiring strategies, number one, I would suggest in the interview, you ask them if they're truthful rather than 4 weeks after we took the time of the U.S. Senate to confirm the person, just for the future nominee that we're going to have to consider. But I do also believe that some of your statements seem to contradict what you said in the prior hearing. You said you're going to empower the scientists at HHS to do their job. I'd just like to see evidence where you've done that. And I'm sure that you will have some. You will do nothing that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. There seem to be several reports that would seem to refute that, but I'd rather you just respond to it. I'm not going to come here and impose my belief over any of yours. That, again, seems to be contradictory to the firing of a CDC director, the canceling of mRNA research contracts, firing advisory board members, attempting to stall NIH funding, eliminating funding for the I think $500 million for further mRNA research, and just want an answer for it. On HR1, I believe you know my concerns about HR1. I've had several meetings with, and HR1 is the big beautiful bill, OB3, whatever the brand is. But I'm still, I've got an office with 60 staff, including half of them in state office. I've had 3 different estimates of the economic impact on the state of North Carolina. Can I get your commitment? And I have been looking for somebody that's far more resourced than an office of 30 people up in here in DC to disprove my estimates with respect to the impact on North Carolina, period. And I've yet to have anybody. I would love to be embarrassed and be wrong, but I would like to get your commitment for people to tease through the numbers that I provided before the vote on HR1 that says that if you normalize 3 independent estimates across a broad spectrum, $25 billion over 10 years. I don't need your response now. I want somebody to destroy my estimates, because to this point, the most resourced health agency in the world has only given me word salad responses, and I need that so that we can prepare for the response. $25 billion over 10 years is half of the rural relief fund over 5 years. And so we just need to have that fact as a matter of policy so that we can go in North Carolina and absorb it. And I know every state's different, and I'm assuming every one of my colleagues here have done the math for their states, not focused on that. But I want you to destroy my estimates if they're in fact wrong, and I want you to acknowledge them if in fact they're right. That will come into question as well. Mr. Kennedy, you've stated multiple times in response to other members' questions that that scientists were lying. We'll go back to the record in cases where you've said that. I'd just like to see the scientific evidence to substantiate that. I'm going to stipulate that you were honest and you had research behind it. We'll go back and figure out what scientific studies you believe are founded on lies and not scientifically viable. And then finally, I just want to give you an opportunity. Apparently in the exchange with Senator Bennett, you said you agreed with Dr. Levy's statements, who said that the mRNA vaccine caused serious harm, including death, particularly in young people. They said you agreed with that comment. Did you agree with that comment or not?
I think that's true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Kennedy, I have sat here for the last many minutes and listened carefully to your testimony. And I think actually Senator Tillis laid out so many of the ways that what you have said has contradicted yourself and others. It's, I mean, I don't even know where to start. So I'm going to start here. Over the last 8 months, you have claimed to make America healthy again, but in actual fact, you have led the charge in the Trump administration to destroy what is best in our healthcare system. And your denials and your evasion and your lies here do not change that. You are the Secretary of the Health and Human Services, yet you're trafficking in these fringe idea and discredited theories that are completely out of step with the scientific consensus. And you seem to be willing to say anything in the moment, even if it's untrue. So last time you were before Congress, Secretary Kennedy, you claimed, and I quote, "I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public to avoid a vaccination." But in a podcast, you said the opposite. You said there's no vaccine that is safe and effective. So that sure sounds anti-vax to me, Secretary Kennedy. So let me ask you, when were you lying, sir? When you told this committee that you were not anti-vax, or when you told Americans that there's no safe and effective vaccine?
Both things are true.
Oh, so more denial, more back and forth. I mean, here's what I know. Here's what I know.
Explain why, Senator, you just
No,
want
actually, I want you to listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
I want you to listen to me because I've been listening to you. You said that ACIP is an independent panel after you stocked it with your picks. You said that you want evidence-based science, but it seems that what you mean is evidence that supports your view, not the scientific consensus. I mean, you dared to sit there and call my colleague from New Hampshire a liar when she presented you with facts that don't support your view of the world. It's incredible. But let me move on. Just last week, in the days after the tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And you want to talk about—
you're just saying something, you're just making stuff up.
You know, this is what you say, right? Secretary Kennedy, when someone presents you with information that does not fit—
I did not blame that shooting. I have no idea whether— I have no idea, and I never said that. You're making it up. You're twisting. Yeah, you are.
Secretary
you are being
Kennedy,
dishonest right
if you
now.
want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, if you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, we should be talking about that because that's what the parents of Annunciation School
You don't want to talk.
want to
You
talk
want to
about.
harangue, and you want to politically. You want to have partisan politics.
That is
I want to actually solve these problems.
Ms. Secretary Kennedy, what the Trump administration is doing right now is making it harder for people in this country to get access to mental health care. So don't talk to me about solving the mental health care crisis when you are making it harder. You cut Medicaid, which is the #1 payer for mental health care services in this country. You decimated the agency at Health and Human Services that focuses on mental health and substance abuse. That's what states count on. They're cutting their services to schools as a result of that. Several years ago, in a bipartisan way, Congress came together and passed the Safer Communities Act, which made important investments in mental health care and did some important, though small things to reduce access to guns. What do? You propose cutting that funding. This is what we're talking about in your leadership in the Department of Health and Human Services. If you want radical transparency, as you talk about, I mean, take a look at what you are doing. And, you know, I've heard a lot about MAHA today while we've been here. There's a lot of Americans, Secretary Kennedy, who trust you, who believe what you say, especially when you say you're standing up to corruption. And I think that they need to know, you apparently have a lot of influence with President Trump. Did you ask him not to roll back these regulations that are stopping the big corporations from dumping heavy metals and endocrine disruptors into our soil and water? I mean, there's no evidence that you have been even opposing that. Did you do anything to stop the Trump administration from rolling back this handout to big pharma that makes it easier for the big drug companies to charge more for cancer drugs? No, you presided over that. I mean, it's stunning, really, what's happened over the last 8 months. It's stunning to me. And I just hope that in this moment, our colleagues, there's hardly anybody left in this room, are going to think about what it is that you've done, what your legacy is going to be at the Health and Human Services Agency, and pay attention to the damage that is being done here.
Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Daskalakis, who recently resigned as director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, his resignation letter stated he and his team were never allowed to brief you. I'm curious who you're listening to, since it's clear you're not listening to qualified experts like Dr. Daskalakis. Can you give the committee the name of the person?
I don't consider Dr. Daskalakis.
Mr. Secretary, the question that I have for you is, can you give the committee a name of who you're getting briefed by?
I'm getting briefed by all the time by CDC.
Just a name.
Well, Dr. William Thompson's one name.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, but I can get you a whole list of others. It's on my schedule.
Mr. Secretary, that's not a hard question. You know a lot of answers.
I'm not being evasive.
Okay, then you answered it. Let's go on. Now, you said that you're soon going to release a study claiming to reveal the cause of autism, timed unsurprisingly with the upcoming ACIP meeting to justify taking vaccines from Americans. Now, as you know, autism affects millions of children, so I guess you'd have the nation's top medical experts working on this. Mr. Kennedy, you hired a man named David Geyer to conduct this study. Is that correct?
No.
Is Mr. David Geyer working for HHS?
He's a contractor, but he's not conducting a study.
He's a contractor?
He's a contractor.
Do you know who works for you, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah.
Do you know that Mr. Geyer is listed as a HHS on the employee directory as a senior data analyst, not a contractor?
He's a contractor. He's not an SGE.
So is your website wrong?
He's not an SGE. I don't know what.
I'm going to pull up the website for you.
He's a contractor.
If the website says he is a senior data analyst, will you at least admit to the committee?
Well, I don't know if
wrong?
a contractor can be classified as a senior data analyst or not.
Is Mr. Geyer a doctor?
No.
Did you know he never went to medical school?
He's not practicing medicine.
Did you know that he got caught in Maryland and was charged for practicing medicine without a medical license?
He was charged by a medical board, sued the medical board, and the medical board was found to have acted in actual malice and was fined $2.6 million by a judge in Maryland for doing that.
See, so you choose to know a lot when you want to know a lot. It's incredible, Mr. Kennedy.
Senator, you're ridiculous.
So here's the question I have. You brought him in to do this study. I think there's no question about it.
I told you he's not doing a study.
Is he participating in the study?
No.
Is he doing any analysis in regards to this study?
No. What he's doing is getting access to the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which is the biggest repository for vaccine information that your friend would not give us for 7 months. For
Mr.
7 months.
Secretary, let me ask you this question, just because you know the answer. What is Mr. Geyer doing?
He is the only one, because Congress ordered CDC to open up the VSD to him in 2002. He's the only outsider who's ever seen it. So because CDC will not give us, they have
Mr. Secretary, is he participating in this then?
No,
But you just said he's the only dude that knows what's going on here.
Do you want me to explain it to you, Senator, or do you just want to show? Do you just want to showboat?
I'll submit.
You just want to showboat for your ads, or do you want to hear a real answer to your question?
Mr. Secretary, you choose to know answers to questions with some colleagues. And
I'm willing to give you the answer. I'm willing to give you the answer.
Secretary, someone should have asked you, maybe President Trump should have asked you, are you a trustworthy person? And we should have waited for an answer then. Let's move on.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking gibberish.
Mr. Secretary, let me speak slowly and clearly so that you can understand me through my New Mexico accent.
And then give me a chance to answer.
Does this help? Can you understand me?
Yes.
Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, yes or no, did you hire Mr. Geyer to do this study?
No.
Mr. Chairman, well, let me ask, maybe we'll just get a good answer here. Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols used for the autism study with Congress and to the public?
They're public.
Will you commit to giving it to this committee by the end of the week?
No, not because
that's
not the way it works.
Will you?
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols for the study by the end of the month?
We already have.
You just said it's public.
We put out the notice of funding opportunities, and then the scientists from all over the world.
You're not understanding me. Let me.
No, you're not understanding how the world works.
Do you understand what the protocols
Senator,
are? Do you understand what they are?
The scientists who are doing the studies submit the protocol.
Okay, so you know
That's
what
not
they
coming
are.
from
Okay.
us.
So will you commit to sharing those protocols with this committee?
Well, anybody can get a hold of the protocol. It's published with the study.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to ask is for your commitment here. I'll send a letter to the secretary. I'll ask for support from the leadership of this committee to ask for those protocols. If those protocols are not given to this
Anybody
committee,
can get the protocols.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not talking to you. Mr. Chairman,
If the protocols are public, we can work with you.
What I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is that if those protocols are not given to this committee, I'm asking for your agreement that we follow through with the subpoena to get them.
No, I will not agree to subpoena anything. Let's see what happens.
Mr. Chairman, you'll help me get them if they're available publicly?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, with all the questions here today, people just want to know the truth.
I don't think so.
Mr. Secretary, you don't think so. Thank you.
I don't think so.
I hope everyone recording that got that because there explains the Secretary's tenure here. Look, two young ladies in Las Cruces, New Mexico at a town hall recently gave me this starfish pin. I was going to give it to you today, but after your questioning today, I don't think you deserve it because what this represents is to remember that every one of us can make a difference, sir, to something as small as a starfish on a beach that maybe got washed up, you throw it back in the ocean. You might not save them all, but you can save one. I'm sorry that you're not worthy of this nice little pin, sir, as a nice reminder. I'm going to pray for you, Secretary Kennedy. I hope we do better. I want you to do better, but today was a failure for you, man.
Less than a month ago, we received the heartbreaking news that a gunman opened fire at the CDC campus in Atlanta, Georgia. This obviously is my neck of the woods. This is heart-wrenching for all Americans, but for those of us especially who live in that area. A DeKalb County police officer, David Rose, was killed. The shots hit buildings on campus in at least 180 places, narrowly missing the CDC's daycare center. Law enforcement recovered nearly 500 shell casings. Clearly, he came to do a lot of damage. It's a miracle, and thanks to the quick action of Metro Atlanta and state law enforcement, more people were not killed. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation announced that prior to the attack, the gunman expressed discontent with the COVID vaccine and, quote, wanted to make the public aware of his distrust of the vaccines. Secretary Kennedy, I assume you are aware of these disturbing reports of the gunman's motives?
Yes.
And, I understand that some people may have concerns about new medical breakthroughs Well, those people don't have the world's top medical experts working under them. You've been over HHS for 7 months now. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss your concerns?
And by the way, every member of this panel has criticized President Trump and demonized him.
Have you ever
Are
been
you
briefed?
complicit in the assassination attempts on President Trump?
Sir, I'm asking the questions. You are the witness. It's a simple yes or no question. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss their concerns?
Yes, I have.
What was the answer?
Yes.
You have been briefed by CDC officials, the career immunization officials, to express your.
The senior vaccine safety scientist, for example.
Have you ever been to the CDC as secretary before the shooting on August 8th?
Have I ever been there as secretary?
Have you been there as secretary before the shooting?
No.
Okay. Let's return to the shooting and the aftermath. Secretary Kennedy, I'm about to ask you a series of yes or no questions about the events of the past month. And I would appreciate just a yes or no response. You called Dr. Menarez to your office on August 25th for a meeting. Is that correct? Yes or no?
It could be. I just don't know the date. I'd have to check my calendar.
Was Jim O'Neill the man you just appointed as acting director of CDC in the room on whatever date you met with him, since you can't recall? Was he in the room when you met with Dr. Menarez? In that meeting, did you criticize Dr. Menarez for her statements to CDC following the shooting where she said, quote, misinformation can be dangerous?
I don't believe so. I have no recollection.
You don't believe you criticized her?
Oh, I criticized her.
Did you criticize
Not
her?
for that.
Did you criticize her?
I don't even.
Did you
I don't know
criticize her
anything
for her
about that
statements to CDC workers following the shooting?
Did I what?
Did you demand that she fire career scientists or public experts at the CDC?
Yes.
Did you demand that she accept the recommendations of your hand-picked vaccine advisory panel without further review by career CDC scientists?
No, I did not. You
didn't ask for her commitment ahead of time that she would accept the recommendations from the advisory panel? You're denying
what
that?
I asked her about is she had made a statement that she was going to not sign on, and I wanted clarification about that.
Did you tell her to accept the advisory panel's recommendations?
I told her I didn't want her to have a rule that she's not going to sign on to it.
Did you say that the CDC was, quote, the most corrupt federal agency in the history of the world?
Not the history of the world, but definitely
Did you
within
say-
HHS.
Did you
I mean,
say that?
I did not say that, but I did say it's the most corrupt agency at HHS and maybe the government.
So you called the CDC corrupt. Did you say that CDC staff are, quote, horrible people?
Horrible people?
Did you say that they're killing children and they don't care?
No.
Okay, I think that we all have a history of listening to you and these answers, but you're on the record for a number of these statements. Despite your lack of credentials and expertise, clearly you have an agenda. It is a threat to the public health of the American people. It's clear that you are carrying out your extremist beliefs, which is why you attempted to fire Dr.
Senator, we're the
Menarez.
sickest
Sir,
people in the
sir,
world.
we're
the sickest people on earth.
I'm speaking.
How am I a threat?
Secretary Kennedy, for the first time, we're seeing deaths from children from measles. We haven't seen that in 2 decades. We're seeing that under your watch. You are a hazard to the health of the American people.
Can I respond to that, Senator?
No, I claim back my time.
We need to wrap
You are
up.
a hazard to the health of the American people. I think that you ought to resign. And if you don't resign, the President of the United States, who put forward Operation Warp Speed, which worked, should fire you. Thank you so much.
Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Secretary, you may make your opening statement at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, and thank you, Ranking Member Wyden, for the invitation to appear before the committee today. Before I summarize what we've accomplished this year at HHS, I want to express my deepest condolence to the family of DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose, who gave his life to stop the gunfire attack on the CDC on August 8th. Officer Rose was a veteran. He was a husband and the father of 2 children. Officer Rose's widow, whom I visited, is expecting their 3rd child. I'd like Officer Rose's family to know that he remains in our prayers and that he will continue to be in our thoughts. Let me start with the big picture. Under President Trump's leadership, we at HHS are enacting a once-in-a-generation shift from a sick care system to a true healthcare system that tackles the root causes of chronic disease. Chronic diseases reach crisis proportions in our country. And finally, we have an administration that is taking action. The MAHA report assessment, which the White House released in May, was the first government analysis of the key drivers of childhood chronic disease: ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, physical inactivity, and over-medicalization. This month, we will follow with the MAHA report strategy, the Trump administration's solution for addressing each cause. At HHS, we haven't just been writing reports. We have been the busiest, most proactive administration in HHS history. In just half a year, we've taken on food dyes, baby formula contamination, the grass loophole, fluoride in our drinking water, gas station heroin, electronic cigarettes, drug prices, prior authorization, information blocking.
The committee will come to order. I apologize to you for that outburst, Secretary Kennedy. I would notify everyone else in the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate. If there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
As I was saying, prior authorization, information blocking, and healthcare interoperability. We're ending gain-of-function research, child mutilation, and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth, the lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others. At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history. I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the President's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children. We inherited a terrible humanitarian crisis from the previous administration with its open border policies, which allowed the appalling loss of 476,000 unaccompanied children. We have implemented policies now to ensure that that appalling tragedy can never happen again.
All right, so that was the RFK. So I'm gonna move on because I'm on top of the way today I'm on. So moving on. Lake Lanier has claimed another one. When will these people realize? Lake Lanier is haunted. They flooded a whole black town called Oscarville in Georgia. And these crackers just don't get it through their damn thick Neanderthal skulls. They should not be out there. So Gainesville, man, found unalived in Lake Lanier after a routine swim. So Lisa Cabrera gonna give us an update on that.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, another one lost their life at Lake Lanier. This time it was a 66-year-old man that used to go out there. From what I understand, he would do daily swims in the lake. And Thursday, he went out there in the morning and never returned. So a resident called 911 around 9 p.m. telling authorities that her landlord was missing. She was worried because he failed to return to the residence after going swimming in Lake Lanier. And the sheriff department, did a search looking for him. And it was the Gainesville Fire Department that found him near a private dock at a Sportsman Club Drive just off of Dawsonville Highway. So Brent James Williams, 66 years old, routinely went swimming in the lake every evening between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. This is according to the sheriff's office. He was last seen on the dock around 7 p.m. So they said they saw him walk to the dock, but he failed to return to his residence. They found Williams' belongings, but no sign of him. So his body was found in the early hours of Thursday morning, 12 feet by the water. And this is according to Hall County Fire Marine Rescue. And they said they had to locate him by underwater drone. That's how they found him. So they said no foul play was involved. It just appears that he drowned, and his body was taken from there to the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy. So, a man that swims there every day, you would think he would have been okay, but this is Lake Lanier. You never know. He was caught up in something. And remember, somebody even got electrocuted out there. That lake is formerly known as Oscarville. And these man-made lakes are all around the country. If you research many of them, that is where a very successful Black town was located after slavery. And of course, you know, whenever we show signs of success, here they come to destroy it. So y'all, tell me what you think about this latest victim. So I have another story that has more details. I'm going to let you listen to that before I conclude the video.
Gainesville man found dead in Lake Lanier. A 66-year-old Gainesville man identified as Brent James Williams was discovered dead in Lake Lanier early Thursday morning in what authorities are treating as a tragic accident. Late Wednesday evening, just before 9 p.m., a concerned tenant called 911 after Williams failed to return to their shared residence following an evening swim in the lake. According to the Hall County Sheriff's Office, Williams was known to swim routinely at Lake Lanier between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m., but on this occasion, he had not returned by nightfall, and his belongings remained on the dock. Law enforcement responded swiftly. Deputies, Gainesville police officers, and Marine crews from both the Hall County Fire Rescue and the Gainesville Fire Department were dispatched to the scene. Their search efforts concentrated near a private dock on Sportsman Club Drive, just off Dawsonville Highway, where the tenant had first raised the alarm. In the early hours of Thursday, rescue teams located Williams's body approximately 12 feet beneath the surface of the lake. The body was found just 10 feet from the dock, in the area where he was last seen. Authorities have indicated that no foul play is suspected, and the initial investigation suggests that Williams likely drowned. Following the recovery, Williams's remains were transported to the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office. This incident marks another sorrowful chapter in Lake Lanier's history of drownings. As of 2025, Williams is the 6th person to drown in Lake Lanier this year alone. That figure contributes to a larger, long-standing pattern of tragic incidents at the lake. Lake Lanier, a man-made reservoir completed in 1956, is a popular destination for recreation, but has earned a reputation for peril. Since its construction, an estimated over 200 people have died in or around the lake, many by drowning. Some local folklore even suggests that the lake is haunted, due in part to its grim history and submerged remnants of the former town of Oscarville. The submerged ruins left over from the Black community of Oscarville, combined with debris, underwater hazards, and heavy boating activity, contribute to the lake's dangerous conditions. Summary: Brent James Williams, 66, believed to have drowned during a routine evening swim, was tragically found in Lake Lanier's shallow waters near a dock. The rapid response, guided by both Marine crews and drone technology, underscores modern rescue tools, yet the incident echoes the lake's ongoing dangers. As the community awaits autopsy results, this case also serves as a reminder of the importance of lake safety and the need for caution around popular but unpredictable bodies of water.
Wow, y'all. I guess people are just not going to stay away from that lake. They are determined to go there and swim no matter what the history is. They're getting in that water and they're sure paying the price, aren't they? I don't think there's a year that don't go by where somebody or a bunch of somebodies drown in that lake. Please tell me what you think about this story, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe, don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Black news. This guy's gonna learn to stop messing with Lake Lanier. That place is definitely haunted. And like Lisa said, it was a former black town, successful black town that the state of Georgia flooded by creating a dam to dam up the Chattahoochee River. So, yeah, anybody, any of the Nabiscos that jump in that water, they already know what's coming to them. So I have no pity. And she said this is 6-1 that happened this year alone. So they gonna learn to stop fucking with Lake Lanier. The ancestors are not happy at all, and they're letting that be known. So moving along, we got it's the Grim Reaper tapping on the Tangerine's shoulder. I guess the dump's health isn't looking so good. So now Black T be the most toxic and most dangerous black man on the internet. It's gonna give us an update on that. Sorry, the computer is being real sluggish right now. Computer.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. The brother who told you to stop using all that dark side energy, but you did it anyway, and now your ass is falling apart at the seams. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So very interestingly, I've seen a lot of social media posts and a lot of news reports. Donald Trump is actually dying, and they've made it seem as if, signs of fatigue and the way his face looks and the way that his skin looks when he gets these IV treatments, that he might be heading towards an early grave. And well, I guess technically it's not an early grave based on his age, but with his lifestyle, it is looking more and more like he's probably not going to make it all the way to the end of his presidency. And it's through his own doing. It's not going to be because some fake ass assassination where someone clips him on his little ear. Is going to be because he is just an unhealthy and really a scummy individual. Trump is one of these people who is very defiant when it comes to wanting to deliberately eat trash on a daily basis. Like, he's someone that, most presidents, they get health care and checkups and whatnot. And, they have a very strict diet to make sure that they're healthy and have lots of energy. But Trump likes to eat trash. He loves to eat McDonald's and all this other stuff. I think he even had McDonald's at the White House or whatever, right? Donald Trump is pretty much just one of these, in his mentality, he's very ratchet in that way. You can tell just by how he talks and how he responds to people. Typical wealthy New Yorker, just a very belligerent and scummy individual. So, he doesn't really take care of himself very well, and it's starting to show. They always say that being the president of the United States, it always puts wear and tear on your body. But when you are also a president that involves himself in lots of devilish activities, then it really is going to show on you. And Donald Trump is a devil. He's one of these demons that is very well practiced in using dark side and Sith energy And when you are a Sith Lord and you use that dark side energy for any amount of time, your body starts to deteriorate. We all saw what happened to Emperor Palpatine in the Star Wars franchise. We all saw, if you read any of the Star Wars books and look at some of the other Sith Lords, they start to deteriorate in their body because, using all that evil energy, yeah, it's quick, yeah, it makes you powerful, but it's not healthy for your overall well-being. If you want another metaphor, just look at what happened to Gollum and poor friend. They wore the ring of Sauron. It had so much evil and malice in that ring that it drove them both insane, and it also messed them up on a very physical level. Gollum was basically a 500-year-old crackhead, and poor Frodo, he never got over having that ring on. He had to leave Middle Earth at the end. He couldn't even stay. There are two fantasy versions, and that's probably what's happening to the Tangerine. He's becoming a bruised and spoiled Tangerine in that regard. It was very interesting over the weekend. Like, I was at this Blacc event, and I, just over that Donald Trump had passed away. Like, they were seeing, these posts on social. Don't start celebrating just yet. And it's the thing is, when it comes to people like Trump, even though he is deteriorating, I don't think he's going to go anywhere anytime soon. I don't think he's going to pass away anytime soon. I would be more surprised if he did. If he did kick the bucket, I'd be very surprised. Not to say that I would be, too upset about it, but I would not celebrate it either. Mainly because when you have an evil person like that, and then that's going to happen is another evil person is going to take their place. In fact, that position, they might even help you along, get you off the mortal plane so that they can take your position. If you want another fantasy reference for that, just go ahead and watch or read Game of Thrones. It's all about these scumbags trying to take that top position, right? And usually the people who have any type of, respect or honor, or who have any type of loyalty, those are the people that usually get taken out of the game first. And it's usually these very disgusting and corrupt people who make it to the top. And once again, I don't think anything bad is really going to happen to him. People like that seem to live for a long time. Like, the more evil you do and the more terrible things you're involved in, the longer you stick around for some reason. We saw how long the Queen of England lasted, and her consort, Prince Philip, how long that demon lasted, But, because I think they last a long time because basically these types of people are social parasites. I know that the prevailing thought and the propaganda tells you that poor people or people who need any type of public assistance, like, they're the social parasites, when the truth of the matter is the people at the top are the ones who are the social parasites, because they live off of the blood, sweat, and tears of the people underneath them. It is the people that, have this so-called wealth and sit on top of people and have other people doing labor for them. They are the ones who are the true social parasites. It's not poor people at the bottom. Poor people at the bottom are not hurting anybody. They're not taking anything from you. It's these scumbags at the top who are sucking off all of your wealth and your resources to enrich themselves and their future generation, right? So that's something that people need to actually think about when they hear that term, social parasite. And the tangerine with the lace front, he is one of the biggest ones. But, sucking up all that energy and living off the blood, sweat, and tears of people and taking land and just being an overall despicable human being, just being an overall despicable mutant that he is, it's causing his body to fall apart. And we'll see if he lasts long, but once again, I wouldn't be celebrating it because all that means is that the scumbag second in command, JD Vance, is just going to be step in there and be just as bad, if not more terrible than Trump. JD Vance is someone who is woefully incompetent. So it'd be even worse to see someone like him in that position. So you folks can let me know how you feel about it. Do you feel Trump is deteriorating at this point? Or do you think it's just all this is mad Blacc? And I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
So, thank you, Mad Blacc TV, otherwise known as Chris Crazy House, for that update on the dump as in human shit. And we'll make that perfectly clear. Or I want to make that perfectly clear. So, yeah, troubles afoot with like the dump's health is deteriorating there. And if he does unfortunately kick the bucket, JD Vance will become the president. So, and like you said, he's very incompetent, so we'll really be in for some shit. But we'll see, and we'll keep y'all updated on the dump's health. In regards to the dump has deployed the National Guard to two major cities so far. LA being the first for the ICE protests, then Washington, D.C. being the second, and now Chicago's on the list. So Chicago, which has been known to, it's a mob town, has a lot of crime going on, and over Labor Day weekend, 58 people were shot in two unrelated drive-by shootings. So TD Media Group's gonna give us an update on that. Oh, got the hiccups.
Doing it together. Let's get it. Hey, what's up, Chicago? It's your mayor, Brandon Johnson. We're here for the annual Bike to Drive on a beautiful day. This Labor Day weekend. Just want to send a message to the rest of the world. This is not a hellhole. We're building the safest, most affordable big city in America, and we're doing it together. Let's get it.
7 people were shot in the Bronzeville neighborhood. We're told a group of people were standing outside around 11 o'clock last night when a car drove by and someone fired into the crowd. The victims include 5 women and 2 men ranging in age from 28 to 32 years old. All were shot in their lower half of their bodies. They were taken to the hospital, and all of them are expected to be okay.
Another drive-by shooting. This one happened just after 1 a.m. near California and West Haddon. Chicago police say 2 cars drove past people standing outside when several shooters fired into the crowd. The victims range in age from 26 to 39. All are expected to be okay. Police are still looking for the shooters.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago because once again, another holiday weekend, another bloodbath, right? Another one. And to start this video out, what I really want to do is that I want to really focus in on the mental health crisis that liberals of Chicago are actually dealing with when confronted with the reality of violence in Chicago. The extreme denial that they suffer from is truly something to see. Let's start here. Look at this from Jamal Green. Many of you are familiar with Jamal Green. He put breaking. This was early this morning. Chicago has had the most violent Labor Day weekend in years. 51 shot, 9 dead. The youngest victim was a 14-year-old boy in North Lawndale, and the oldest was a 63-year-old man on the lakefront. 9 teenagers were shot this weekend. Let's stop pretending we don't have a problem. It's time to actually do something about it. Too much blood on our streets. Pray for our city. Now, shout out to Libs of TikTok for screenshotting this response, which is pure insanity. I want to zoom in a little bit more so you can read this. Once again, shout out to Libs of TikTok. But look at the response that Libs screenshotted here and put underneath Jamal Green's tweet, right? Yeah, the vast majority of Chicagoans didn't get shot this weekend. But we did go to restaurants and street fests. If you think otherwise, it may be legit time for a mental health check-in. So because this person didn't get shot and they don't know anybody who was shot or lost their lives, those who did get shot or lose their lives, it doesn't mean anything because it didn't happen to the majority of the population. Imagine if we applied that logic to any and everything else in life. That would be completely ridiculous and absurd, especially when you're talking about applying that kind of logic. Let's apply this logic to the LGBT community, right? As it pertains to their portion size of the American population versus how much that lifestyle is promoted through Hollywood and promoted through movies and television shows. Well, those who are not LGBT make up the overwhelming majority, right, of the American population. So you should stop pushing this lifestyle on everybody and forcing it down our throats. You should stop doing that. Now, if you say that on the side of the liberals, I sound like a horrible person. But when I say that, this isn't in regards to people's lives that have been lost. This is towards a lifestyle that I don't want pushed on my child, more personally my son, via cartoons. But when it comes to people's lives being at stake or at risk, they don't care. They will apply this logic and disregard those who have been harmed. Now let's carry on because I want to show you how sick these people are. Many of you have seen this, but if you haven't, look at this here. Mental illness, liberals in blue cities like Chicago are sending public messages to President Trump that they're victims of violent crime, but don't want Trump to lower the crime rate in their city. This is what he's referring to here. Look at this DNC lunatic. Look at this liberal crazy woman. She put real Donald Trump. I carjacked in Chicago with my arm broken. I still don't want you or your red hats here. This is mental illness at its highest form. You cannot help this. You can't help this. This woman is a victim of the violence that they're pretending doesn't exist. Yet, even while being a victim, she's saying, I don't want the help. We don't want the troops. We don't need you here. You can't help crazy. You can't help stupid. You can't help insanity. And that's what we're seeing here right now. But it looks like the help might come regardless, okay? It looks like it might come regardless because President Trump did respond to the violence that occurred in Chicago over this weekend. And he stated on Truth Social, at least 54 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend. 8 people were killed. The last 2 weekends were similar. Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world by far. Pritzker needs help badly. He just doesn't know it yet. No, he knows it. He's just a douchebag. I will solve the crime problem fast, just like I did in DC. Chicago will be safe again and soon. Make America great again. Now, speaking about Pritzker needing the help, I want to play this clip for you from MSNBC where Joe Scarborough, he really lays it in on Pritzker over the fact that you need the help. You know you do, but you're being stubborn and stupid when you should take it. I want to play that clip for you next. Let's get into that now.
concern is you have leaders in Chicago that see this, as you say, we've been reading about this for years now, every weekend, and maybe crime has gone down. But, we had the mayor of Chicago on last week saying, oh, we don't need any more police officers. Police officers aren't the answer. No police officers. I think he said no 5 times. You look what's happening this weekend. You look so, I actually think that J.B. Pritzker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president, and say, and I know, you don't have the constitutional authority to deploy the National Guard here and to police you can do that in D.C., you can't do that in Chicago. But let's partner up. These are the most dangerous parts of my state. We would love to figure out how to have a partnership that's constitutional, that respects the sort of balance of federalism between the federal government and the state government. And let's work together to save lives. Because right now, just hey, nothing to see here moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. We'll protect their lives. That's protecting their dignity. It would be radical for us to figure out a way to actually do what I've been saying from the very beginning on Washington. And that is seeing politicians creating partnerships that protect their people.
Yeah. Joe Scarborough, in my opinion, is desperately trying to save the Democrat Party. He's desperately trying to save them. By no stretch of the imagination is he, conservative, Republican, MAGA, anything of that nature. But he's just trying to apply a common sense approach towards a problem that everybody sees in plain sight, but everybody, at least liberal lunatics, are pretending like they don't see and that doesn't exist. And even when it does turn around to bite them in the butt and they get carjacked and get their arm broken, they still say, no, I don't want Trump's help. We don't need it no matter what. Even if I get my life taken, I still don't want it. It's truly insane. It's truly insane and a serious mental health issue that's going on with these liberals. And you have people like Emperor Brandon Johnson leading the charge. I want you to take a listen to what he has to say, right? Because ultimately what all this comes down to is that they don't want the help. They just want the money. Everything comes back to money with these people, man. Everything comes back to the dollar bill. Listen to what Emperor Brandon Johnson had to say at a recent speech that he gave during the Labor Day weekend in Chicago. And it all comes back down to that paper. It all comes back down to it. Let's get into this clip next.
Are you prepared to defend this land that was built by slaves, a land that was built by...
You all knew that was coming. Oh my God. This man cannot open his mouth and say anything without bringing up slavery, the Civil War, segregation, Jim Crow, black codes, lynchings. Nothing. There's nothing. I don't think I've heard this man speak yet without finding some way to just ram that down your throat for absolutely no reason. Let's take it from the top, Let's take it from the top. We got to defend America from Trump's tyranny and National Guard because of slavery, right? Okay. All right, Brandon. Let's just go. I'll let it play.
Are you prepared to defend this land that was built by slaves, a land that was built by indigenous people, a land that is built by workers? Are you prepared to defend this land? The people united will always prevail. I need you all to stand firm, to stand strong. If this president decides to continue to break this Constitution, it's going to be the labor movement that stitches it back together. The labor movement that brings black folks, white folks, Asians. It brings brown folks together. This is the city that said, keep hope alive. The city that birthed, yes, we can. And the city that will defend this country. God bless you all. God bless the labor movement. God bless the greatest freaking city in the world, Chi-Town. No troops in Chicago. No troops in Chicago. No troops in Chicago. Invest in Chicago. Invest in Chicago. No troops in Chicago. Invest in Chicago.
Give me money. That's what everything boils down to. He rode into the mayor's office on the back of this whole idea of investments. Those are the two things that you're always going to hear come out of Brandon Johnson's mouth. He's going to make some sort of reference to slavery or Jim Crow and things of that nature, and he's always going to circle it back down to investments, right? It works two ways concerning this whole investment thing that he's always shouting out of his mouth. Number one, it's an excellent way of BSing people with just numbers and data and statistics, right? You come in as mayor, you apparently invest all this money in communities that have been historically underserved, as he likes to say, yet there's no real world change in these communities. But on paper, I can say, look, you're saying I didn't do anything in Chicago, but look at all this historical investment here that I've made. $1 million here, $5 million there, 35% of this went down, 25% of that went down. But in the real world and everyday people's regular everyday lives, nothing changes, right? But once again, on paper, I can pretend that I was very victorious as a president. But number two, or I should say as a mayor, but number two, and most importantly, when it comes to investment, and a lot of this money, a good deal of this money, is going into nonprofits, that are ran by close friends and family members that circle their way around, that circle its way back around into the pockets of the very people that were in charge of the city that are making these investments. That's what it's really about. Okay, that's what it's really and truly about, is funneling the city's budget and the state budget through nonprofits, meanwhile actually pocketing the money and then finding its way to funnel it back to the very person that initially gave it to them, right? You see the same thing happen with contractors, one hand washing the other. You help put me in office, and then what I'll do is that when I get my budget together and there's some contracting work that needs to be done, I'm going to overpay you, right, for the work that I need you to do. And that's how one hand washes the other. And then you get behind me and you back me, you get your people to back me up, so on and so forth. It's all BS. It's all nonsense. And you'll see this routinely and regularly, specifically in the case of Chicago. Whenever you ask them, any of these city officials, about, don't you need help from the federal government? Wouldn't it be nice if you had more help from the federal government as it pertains to policing or anything? Just a serious collaboration that would assist in lowering crime, a serious collaboration. They always bring it right back to money. What I want to do next to prove that point is I want to play this clip from the Wicked Witch of the Midwest, Stacey Davis Gates, I believe her name is, right? The president of the CTU. Many of you are familiar with her, the Chicago Teachers Union president. I want to play this clip for you next because, once again, it all comes back to money. They just want that money. That's it. Look at this here.
What do you say to those who are incredibly concerned about crime in your city when we saw 50 people shot, 7 fatally just over the weekend? And the argument can be made then that there needs to be some federal assistance in order to make both you and your students and those families safer.
And I would agree, federal assistance is needed. So restore the Medicaid cuts, make sure that young people have SNAP benefits, rebuild and fund our Department of Education. You can give that $1 million a day to people who need support and housing and care.
You can give that $1 million a day to put back in my pocket. She's talking about Medicaid cuts and SNAP benefits that none of the citizens of Chicago have lost. You're just making up nonsense. No American citizens in Chicago that are receiving the benefits that she's speaking of have lost those benefits. None of them have lost those benefits. You're just talking nonsense.
To people who need support and housing and care.
But what does that do to address the crime situation in your city? I understand those grievances, but what does that do to keep people safe who feel, frankly, like our big cities are unsafe?
Well, what it has done already in Chicago is led to the precipitous decline in crime under this mayor. He has reopened mental health care clinics. He has reconstructed school libraries. He's giving young people jobs. When you embrace people and fight free instead of humanity and dignity, you can make a crime rate go down and you can make people feel safe and important, and you can reaffirm our commitment to democracy in this country. He has it wrong. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for public education to be funded. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for Medicaid for all. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for affordability and affordable housing.
Notice how they all sound the same and they all say the same thing, particularly this little, group coming out of Chicago, because Brandon Johnson is associated with the CTU and this devil that you're looking at the screen right now, this witch. We need housing and mental illness and we need funding for our schools. Meanwhile, they're mismanaging the funds. That's why they were operating. That's why they started out the school year with a $735 million deficit, and then asking the state for $1.6 billion so that they can properly educate the children. To which J.B. Pritzker said, I don't have $1.6 billion to give you. You want funding from the federal government while you're mismanaging the funds that you already have because you find ways to reroute that money back into your pockets, right? That's what these people do. These people are devils. And they're sitting here talking about how the city is safe and it will be more safe if you would just give us more money. Meanwhile, we have stuff like this going on. I want you to watch this in closing. Meanwhile, in the city, this is what's happening in Chicago. This is just a typical weekend, regardless of it being Labor Day weekend. This is just a typical weekend. Check this out next in closing.
In Chicago, everybody got to get down. Everybody got to get down because they shoot. Everybody down. Look, the kids are running. They shooting. We can't have no fun in Chicago, man. No fun, man. This is terrible. I'd have throw a goddamn flag. Because this y'all neighborhood.
This might be over with, but I gotta figure this out, man.
I want to play that one more time, but just full screen for you guys so you can see it better.
In Chicago, everybody got to get down. Everybody got to get down because they shoot. Everybody down. Look, these kids are running. They shooting. We can't have no fun in Chicago, man. No fun, man. This is terrible. I'd have throw a goddamn flag. Because this y'all neighborhood.
This might be over with, but I gotta figure this out.
What you're looking at when you see that is a very literal cry for help. Just a very literal cry for help. So in the middle of gunshots firing off, at what appears to be, a kid's, football game or a little soccer league or something like that, in the middle of a shootout where your life is on the line, you're video recording in that moment so that you can expose what's really happening in the city, in these neighborhoods that are impacted the most. This is very much the equivalent of whenever there's any war going on in part of the world, right? Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter. You pick the war at the moment in time. It doesn't matter if you're talking about, Russia, Ukraine. It doesn't matter if you're talking about wars in the Middle East. There's what mainstream media tells you. But then when you go to alternative news outlets, there's videos like this where they show you the carnage that's actually happening on the ground versus the rosy picture that the mainstream media tells you about what's happening with the war and how things are going and how it's not really that bad. But then there's the reality of it. That's what you're seeing here. You have this man trying to expose the reality of what's happening every weekend in the face of mainstream media, in the face of CNN, MSNBC, and all these other news outlets, in the face of the local officials that's supposed to be governing the states and city, telling you that there's nothing to see here. Meanwhile, you have a man who seems like he's a good man. I mean, he's wearing the referee outfit. He's there to help the kids, and I want to referee the game and be here with these children so that they can have fun, and I'll ref their game for them. Like you said, we can't even have fun out here, man. We can't even have fun with the kids because gunshots just ring out repeatedly, regularly, every weekend when we're trying to have fun. But DNC lunatics will sit here and tell you that there's nothing to see here. One, there's plenty to see. These videos like this are in abundance on social media where people are trying to expose the truth. But at the end of the day, man, it comes down to the people of Chicago just having to do better. Because at the end of the day, Trump can only do so much. He can only do so much. And to the degree that he can do anything, it's going to be temporary, right? Once he's out of office, even if you're talking about, another 4 to 8 more years concerning JD Vance, and, if he runs and he wins 2 terms or whatever, it's temporary. As long as you keep voting into office, DNC lunatics like JB Pritzker for governor, lunatics like Emperor Brandon Johnson, lunatics like the Wicked Witch of the Midwest, Stacey Davis Gates, I believe her name is, then this stuff is going to continue. Because while you're trying to protect and save your life, begging for help, they're worried about their pockets. JB Pritzker is worried about trying to become president of the United States, and Stacey Gates and Brandon Johnson are worried about this here. All right. So you guys in the city, you got to do better. The people that this impacts the most, at a certain point, you just got to stand up for yourself, man, and vote differently. And if you're not going to do that, I'm going to keep reporting on this, but I don't know what you want me to tell you at the end of the day. With all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And to the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Just last year, J.B. Pritzker was completely on board with letting the National Guard come in to protect his buddies at the DNC. Why will he not protect the citizens that live in Chicago, protect the businesses and the visits? Absolutely President Trump's response, which is what he will be showing up.
Hold on, everybody. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago. Why is that? Because in the midst of having a mayor like Mr. 6.6 Brandon Johnson, the emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, in the midst of having him just being an epic failure and just unable to articulate a point without expressing the fact that he's a black man who's a descendant of slaves and are survivors of Jim Crow and yada, 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 when it's not necessary or relevant to do so, the DNC decided, you know what? It's time to bring in the big guns. Who is that? They blew the dust off of Lori Lightfoot, ladies and gentlemen. Big Lori is back. Yes, indeed. Lori Lightfoot has entered the building. Big Lori has entered the building. She was definitely a character back when she was running the town. And I'll tell you one thing for sure. I bet you that in Chicago, they wish that they would have voted her in for a second term over Brandon Johnson. They are dying to have Mayor Lori Lightfoot over Brandon Johnson. And apparently the DNC is too. That's why they blew the dust on her, off of her, and brought her back out. How many of you remember she used to love wearing suits like this, these little gangster outfits once it got cold outside? Yeah, Shane, we're going to line the Republicans up and mow them down, Shane. She used to love wearing stuff like this. Yeah, she's back. She's back. But, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Before we get too deep off into, what she was discussing on CNN, what I want to do first, I actually want to start here with Representative, I believe her name is Delia Ramirez, right? I want to take a moment to play this clip from Delia Ramirez in which she's discussing openly obstructing justice as it pertains to ICE raids that are scheduled to happen in Chicago, right? I want to play that because I think it's very important that we get this on record, that this is the type of rhetoric that's coming from the DNC. That's causing their own constituents to put themselves in harm's way, to which they can find themselves, on the wrong side of the law concerning federal law enforcement. And then all of a sudden, you're getting slapped with Fed charges because you decided to listen to a DNC lunatic that told you to obstruct, when you should have just at best observed. So now let's get into what she had to say, and then we're going to unpack a little bit more of her and then get into Big Lori after the fact. But first, let's jump into this clip.
We have to continue to resist, and this moment demands courage. It demands us to understand that we must obstruct and do everything we can to oppose any of these authoritarian actions against our cities.
So I don't, she just said it as clear as day. She's telling Democrat constituents to obstruct justice, to get in the way of federal law enforcement, whether they be ICE or eventually at some point the National Guard. That's really all there is to say. These people are putting their own people in harm's way. And for those of you who don't remember who this woman is, let me remind you, this is the same woman here that stated, and I should say she pledged her allegiance to Guatemala over America. And mind you, this woman is a congresswoman out of Illinois. She's a congresswoman. Many of you may remember this here. Democrat Representative Delia Ramirez at a summit in Mexico City this weekend tells the audience while speaking in Spanish, quote, "I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American." This is what she stated out of her own mouth. And when she had an opportunity to clear that up, do you think she did it? No, she didn't clear it up at all. She put out a statement, and she talked around it, but she didn't deny it. And this is what she had to say in her statement here. I'll read it very quickly. It's a relatively short read. She stated this: "Let's call it what it is. Today's attacks are a weak attempt to silence my dissent and invalidate my patriotic criticisms of the nativist, white supremacist authoritarians in government. It is the definition of hypocrisy that members of Congress who betray their oath each day they enable Trump are attacking me for celebrating my Guatemalan American roots." You got to love how they flip the script and play victim. That is not what you said, and you're not denying it either. You clearly stated, "I am a proud Guatemalan before I am an American." You weren't celebrating your Guatemalan American roots. And now look how she continues to just double down on the lie and gaslight. "No one questions when my white colleagues identify as Irish American, Italian American, or Ukrainian American to honor their ancestry." Well, first things first, it's extremely rare that you hear anybody white that's a public figure ever even acknowledge the fact that they may be Irish or Italian American, let alone even Ukrainian American. And to the degree that they do, they never pledge their allegiance to Italy or Ukraine over America, like you quite literally did when you stated once again, and I quote, "I am a proud Guatemalan before I am an American." Okay, that's not, I've never heard any of your white colleagues say, "I am a proud Italian before I'm an American. I am a proud Ukrainian before I'm an American. I am a proud Irishman before I'm an American." None of them have ever said that, and you have no evidence of that. You're gaslighting and talking stupid. Let's carry on. "I've consistently expressed my pride in my heritage and history, a pride also often reflected in the origin stories of my colleagues." Once again, you're lying. "Only those who believe America should not include children of immigrants or be diverse would attack me, and Americans like me honoring my roots. We don't have to carry on. There's more to what she stated here, but once again, you just see how much of a disingenuous piece of garbage liar that she is, because she's gaslighting. None of these people that you're making mention of have ever stated that they are anything other than proud Americans. You're the one that's running around here saying that you are Guatemalan before you are an American. And this is who's sitting in Congress right now, instructing her constituents in Illinois to obstruct justice. That's what she did. And that's what we just heard from her, right? So it's no wonder so many of you guys are out here getting hit, with Fed charges, looking at 10, 15, 20, even up to 40 years because you're listening to idiots like this woman here. But I digress. Let's carry on and move over to Lori Lightfoot. Lori was recently on CNN giving an interview in which she stated a whole lot of nonsense that I just wanted to take a moment to unpack. I think one of the most foolish things that she stated, that Donald Trump is engaging in a manufactured crisis, that apparently, violence in Chicago, homicide in Chicago, which is out of control, apparently is not real. It's a manufactured crisis, according to Lori Lightfoot. And I want to play that first before we dive a little bit deeper into what she had to say. That I want to take a moment to dissect. But first, let's get into this apparent manufactured crisis going on in Chicago.
If he comes to Chicago, he's going to be in court, and he's going to be sued by the state. He's going to be sued by the city, and I believe that there will be private interests that also sue him. This is not about violent crime, and I don't think we should pretend that this manufactured crisis and his attempt to provoke people in Chicago is legitimate exercise of power. It is not.
Imagine telling the people over the weekend who lost family members in Chicago during Labor Day weekend, was it between 8 and 9 or between 7 and 9 people that lost their lives, that the lives of your family members that were lost, it's not real. This is just a manufactured crisis. What was it? Around 58 to 60 people were shot. Those victims of gun violence, that's not real. It's a manufactured crisis. What Donald Trump is talking about isn't real. It's not real. Your lives don't matter. The fact that you were shot and survived and you're a victim of gun violence, that doesn't matter. It's all manufactured. It's fake. And this messaging issue is most likely, to be quite honest with you, the primary issue with Democrats. Their inability to step back from their talking points, drop their hate for Donald Trump, and then just actually acknowledge, take in, and address what the American people are talking about and what they're saying, particularly in your own city and your state. They dismiss it completely and tell you that it's all just made up. It's all in your mind. Because look at the data, stupid. The data says that you're safe. And you don't believe that you're safe, probably because you're dumb. That's what they think. They say this stuff all the time. They say this stuff openly all the time. We've covered this so many times. Democrats think that their constituents are stupid. And, to a degree, hey, right? But you're not supposed to say that if you're trying to win office. I can say that here in front of my microphone on YouTube. But I mean, if you're trying to dig yourself out of the dish that the Democrat Party is in, as it pertains to just having a historical low approval rating, on top of a lot of other issues, it's not the smartest thing in the world to tell the people that you want to vote for you that you're stupid and that you don't know anything, right? But here's where it gets even worse. Lori Lightfoot is getting ready to sit here and tell you that Donald Trump's data and statistics and everything concerning crime in Chicago is made up. So she's going to carry on with this idea that our eyes don't see what we're seeing and that the voices coming from the people of Chicago aren't real. Apparently, all of this is fake and it's all made up. Let's get into this next. She's carrying on with this foolishness.
Before I let you go, Madam Mayor, I know we've obviously taken up quite a bit of your time as we watched that press conference together. But I think I would just ask you, I take your point that for the president, you believe he has many other reasons, here for doing what he's doing. The crime rate in Chicago remains what it is. The crime rate here in Washington, D.C. Remained what it is. What is the answer to getting that crime? Why can't local officials get that crime rate down? I mean, do you need more cops on the streets?
Listen, the crime rate has gone down. You heard the numbers of decreases in homicides and shootings and other violent crimes that have gone down and have been going down for the last 4 years. We can't ignore that because the president is making up his own fact. And we also know there are red cities in red states that have higher per capita rates of gun violence and other violent crime that we're not hearing coming out of the president's mouth as the places where he really wants to go. So I just will not play this game. This is about violent crime. What do communities need? We need to stop the flow of illegal guns. Mayor Johnson was 100%.
So let's pause right there for a moment. Let's take a moment to pause there. Because apparently Trump is, making up his own facts because all of this is fake, according to Lori Lightfoot, right? The 60 people who got shot, the 7 to 9 who died over the Labor Day weekend, manufactured. It's not real. But let's get into some of what she's talking about. I want to unpack some of this for a moment. Let's talk about, once again, crime being down. This is something that I've discussed numerous times over whenever addressing this situation. A lot of people like Jamal Green out of Chicago, a lot of people have addressed this. Chicago, just like other blue cities, are simply riding a trend. Nationally, homicide and violent crime overall has been trending down since C-19 when it ballooned out of control. They're literally just riding a trend. It's not because of their trash policies. Take a moment to look at this here. I'll zoom in a bit more. 2020's pandemic spike and current decline. From 2020 to 2021, major spike, especially in homicides, up 30% in 2020, the largest one-year jump ever recorded from 2020 to 2021. And then what happened since then over the course of the last 3 years, from 2022 to this current date, 3 consecutive years of decline, with murders, robberies, and aggravated assaults trending down toward pre-pandemic levels. They're simply riding a trend after crime exploded during the pandemic. They're riding what goes up must come down. It's coming back down to pre-pandemic levels, but pre-pandemic violence, crime, and homicides were out of control. And as Jamal Green, who's a local, I hate to say activist because that's just such an overused term these days, but I'll say that for lack of better words now. Jamal Green, as many of you all know, I played his video clip already before, the activist out of Chicago, right? Like he stated, they're getting ready to hit and are on track to hit their 2019 homicide and shooting numbers. So when you're saying that crime is down from what? Crime is down from it being inflated due to the pandemic. But as it pertains to being lower than your pre-pandemic numbers, no. You're headed to the same rate that you were at in 2019 when homicides and violent crime were still considered through the roof compared to the rest of the United States. So I'm not interested in hearing any of that. And also, too, and I think this is key. This is the most important thing that I want to bring up in this video before we carry on and close this thing out. I want to address this nonsense concerning 8 out of the 10 states with the highest homicide rates are red states. Is that true? That is factually correct, yes. But what do they omit from that fact? The fact that it's blue cities in red states that are driving up the homicide rates. This is from Axios. I don't even have to bother reading the article here. We just can read the headline and look at the data that they have on the front page here, where homicide rates are highest, blue cities in red states. I'm going to read that one more time. Once again, this isn't Fox News. This isn't the New York Post. This is the left-leaning Axios. Where homicide rates are highest, blue cities in red states. It's blue cities with DNC policies that are driving up the homicide rates in these red states. Look at this here. Out of the top 20, right? The top 20 cities with the highest homicide rates, according to Axios' studies, And the data that they went through, only one, Shreveport, Louisiana, was a red city. Only one out of 20. The other 19 were all blue cities. The overwhelming majority of them being blue cities in red states. So then the question becomes, why focus on, let's say, Chicago or New York and cities like that, right? Why not go into those blue cities in red states? Well, when it comes to Chicago, New York, LA, the big three, these cities are the pillar of America. These cities are international cities, not just millions of people coming here for vacation, but people coming here to engage in international commerce, engage in business. When you're talking about Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and we can't forget Washington, D.C. These cities are the pillar of this country. These are the cities that everyone from all over the world come and flock to. You have to clean up these major cities first before you address any other place. Because how are you going to have people coming from all around the world to visit these major cities just for them to be hellholes, for them to be dumpsters? That's embarrassing. And it's ridiculous. Listen, nobody's visiting or doing international business or going on vacation to Shreveport, Louisiana. No disrespect. No disrespect. Nobody's going to Birmingham, Alabama. No disrespect, but nobody's going there, right? You have to address the economic hubs of America, which are the big three, New York, LA, and Chicago, and then you can work your way down from there. But let's not move away from the fact and the reality that it's DNC policies that are driving up homicide rates. It doesn't matter how you cut it, doesn't matter how you slice it. You can ask ChatGPT, you can ask Grok on Twitter, talk to AI all you want, or go through the data yourself all you want as far as FBI statistics are concerned. All of the madness is occurring in blue cities, regardless if they're in blue states or red states. It's always DNC policies driving up the homicide rate. Now let's get back into Lori Lightfoot as we bring this video to a close.
If he really cared about violent crime, go after the gun manufacturers who are just mass producing these weapons and have no liability or accountability. Go after the gun stores that know that they're selling to straw purchasers that flood into our city. Pass common sense gun reform that we have been begging for decades. Those are the kinds of things that actually would make a meaningful difference in violent crime. He's not talking about any of those things. He will not do any of those things because this is not about violent crime. It's about something else.
Go after gun manufacturers, go after gun stores, go after everybody but the actual criminals. That pretty much says all that you need to hear concerning the Democrat Party. They blame everybody but the criminal. Typical DNC nonsense. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. Just want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time in today's video. Peace and have a great afternoon.
Subscribe.
What's up, Josh? Oh, what's up? Nah, I just want your opinion on like the Young Thug situation, like with the snitch allegations, like that's been going on in hip hop,
Yeah.
like as of lately. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've been trying to find a video. What I can't find it. When did he snitch? People are saying he snitched. When and where?
Yeah, it's like a recorded like phone call when he was like locked up with the Rico case, and like it got released, and like they got him like on the call like talking with like about other stuff that's going on in the industry with Ghana. And like, what is your whole opinion? Like, where do you think the whole genre of hip hop is going with like the snitching allegations? Like a lot of big name artists being accused of snitching, like as of late. So
Thank you, brother. You know what? Listen. You got so many damn snitches out here. And it's normal now. People don't give a shit. All these damn snitches out here and informants, and people still entertain them. You got people on the internet who are known snitches, and people still watch them. Because right now we're in the internet age, so people ain't really they ain't out there in the streets like that. People can kind of still get out there and get their face and name out there. You ain't really got to touch them bricks like that. And you can be a goofy, and you can be somebody known as an informant, and people will still watch you. It's the train wreck factor. See, that's the thing. Now we got people, because of the internet, people will watch you just because you're a train wreck. And you can monetize being a train wreck. So the game is way different right now. A lot of stuff flies in the industry that wouldn't have flied 30 years ago. Again, because cats ain't really got to go out there like that. So let me get Gunther. Let's get Mr. Gunther in here. Mr. Gunther, boy, that's a white name, Gunther. Boy, that is a white name. Okay, I don't know. I'm trying to add you, Gunther, and there you go. Gunther, you good? Okay, I tried to add you, Gunther, and it's not letting me add you. So we'll try you in a minute. Let's get brother Tyrone Simon in the building. Mr. Tyrone. Fly Tyrone. What's up, brother? All right, Tyrone ain't saying nothing. All right, let's get it together.
Hello.
Oh, there it is. What's up, Ty?
Hey, what's happening, man?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
Oh man, yeah, I was looking at that whole crash out between Brittany Renner and her dude too, man. It seemed like a setup to me.
Yeah. She was like complaining that the baby was crying because the baby was going with the dad. But man, babies are like that. They get attached to one parent, and it just looked like some bullshit. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, she had her mom holding the camera the whole time, and it's like they had the whole shit set up to just do like a whole crash out scene when he got there. And then honestly, I don't really think he should have had his wife with him, because then they started tripping on the wife and all that. Like, it just wasn't all the way strategic, man. You know how you always talk about you got to be strategic. It was like his strategy wasn't all the way on point, because you already know the type of female Brittany Renner is. She's like a real ratchet. So you dealing with she's like a professional.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you, brother. But yeah, I mean, the baby is going to be at the house with the wife anyway, with the new wife. So the kid is going to be over there anyway. And was that some hate because the wife is younger and fine? I don't know. But yeah, it looked real raggedy. Sauce. Let's get Sauce in here.
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? I've been trying to get in touch with you, man. So I teach for the Army, and the Army, well, the military as a whole, practices reparations. Here's how. If a soldier dies, it takes a little time, takes about 2 to 12 months. The Army pays that family everything they owe that soldier, the last paycheck that they earned, they didn't get, as well as any benefits due out. So the government knows how to pay out reparations. They do it. I watch them do it on a daily basis. They just aren't yet rolling it over to us. So they've got a They've got a whole system in play to pay out reparations. Now it's about having them utilize that system for us as well, because they do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They know how to pay reparations. Listen, like I keep saying, they're going to pay reparations one way or the other. They can give it to us directly, or they're going to waste it trying to contain us and subjugate us, which is what they're doing. For example, right now with this National Guard, they're talking about, they already got them in DC. Now they're talking about putting the National Guard in Chicago. That's a waste of money. It's really for optics, and it costs millions of dollars a day just to have these National Guards and these federal troops out here deployed in these urban areas. That's a lot of money. That's reparations right there. That money could have been utilized to give to us, so we can put it in circulation and help the tax bracket go up. So that could have been used for our reparations, but they choose to sit up there and give it to law enforcement so that they can get the psychological satisfaction of us being contained and subjugated. These white supremacists are sick. So they'll burn the money. They think they'll just burn the money before they give it to us. But no, that's not going to last too long. Them reparations are going to come because we're too focused on it. And when foundational Black Americans are focused on something, we make it happen. This is why they always try to get us off focus. We are way too focused on reparations. That's why you hear the white supremacists call up and they'll just crash out. We'll be talking about something else. We'll be talking about football. We'll be talking about Shedeur Sanders or whatever. And then some white person call up, you know what? You're not getting enough reparations, dude. All of you. It just, well, what the hell? Okay. Yeah, we weren't talking about that, but okay. So yeah, they start crashing out because they know it's coming. They know it's inevitable that we're going to get reparations. You're going to have to pay. Oh yes, you're going to have to pay up. You're not getting away with that. And get circulating all this wealth generated from our family's free labor. You think you ain't going to pay? And the delineation movement is heavy now, so you're not going to bury us with tethers. That's not going to work no more. We too hip to that. We done saw your con games. So yeah, you're going to pay up. Tool, let's get Tool in here. Mr. Tool, you could unmute that microphone. Mr. Tool.
Oh, what's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, Tool. How are you, sir?
All right. I just wanted to say this. I remember a guy was on and he said that the Moors were white. You remember that?
Uh-huh.
But you remember that movie with Martin Lawrence, Black Knight?
Yeah.
What were they calling him throughout that movie?
Calling him a Moor. They knew what it was.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. It's very well documented what the Moors look like. All of the physical descriptions of them, hell, the paintings and books, even the etymology of the term Moor. Every variation of the word Moor means black or dark skin. So yeah, they can play dumb. They try to do the I'm white and I say so stuff. And they know what it is. They know what it is. Y'all got to understand, the white supremacists, they gonna lie to the end. That's part of the culture of white supremacy, just incessant lying. Lying, finessing, manipulating, running games. That's the culture. And we've been playing past that for the longest. And then they circle back with the same lies. I want y'all to understand white supremacy, family. They're like one-trick ponies. They come around with the same lies. They don't really change. All they do is just kind of wait for a generation to forget and then circle back with the same lie. I mean, the whole Chicago thing, that what about crime in Chicago? That's one of them. They've been circling back to that crime in Chicago lie, that whole narrative that, yeah, we are all complicit in crime in Chicago. They were doing that with Emmett Till, family. When people were complaining about Emmett Till getting lynched in the newspapers in the 1950s, there were editorials talking about, well, why are the Negroes worried about Emmett Till? What about all that crime in Chicago? The Negroes need to worry about that. They were talking like that in the 50s. Then they circle back and start talking about that shit in the 70s, the welfare queen narrative, this whole thing about oh, there's a black women in Chicago having a bunch of babies for welfare. They were putting that on Chicago then, and then decades later, they start circling back when we talk about police brutality. Well, what about crime in Chicago? So they're one trick ponies. You think? Also, let me be real. The Pan-African hustle, that was brought to the white supremacists were really promoting that heavy. The Pan-African thing, they were doing it in the 1800s with the American Colonization Society. Those were white supremacists putting that together. Then in the 60s, when we were rising up, fighting for our rights here, fighting for civil rights in Selma and just all over the country, the CIA and FBI started putting together all of these Pan-African organizations. You study some of those Pan-African organizations from the 60s, a lot of them were CIA and FBI backed. Yeah. And now, even now, these weird Pan-African cats, it's always something weird about them. You know? Let's be real. I'm not making it up. Why is it always something weird going on with some of these dudes talking about Pan-Africanism? There's never anything practical. They never have anything to show for it. And they're always trying to undermine anything we got going on here that's going to empower us here. I want y'all to understand something. Family, in the 1800s, in the 19th century, a lot of our ancestors were talking like us now, like Foundational Black America. They were on that FBA vibe then. They just don't tell you about them. They don't promote them. I want y'all to really understand, family. In fact, y'all get some pencils and pens. I want to give y'all some quotes that you guys can look up from some of our ancestors. I'm gonna give y'all some verifiable quotes that y'all need to look up, family. Let's do some scholarship, ladies and gentlemen, as our good brother Professor Allen says. So let's bring some scholarship here, ladies and gentlemen, because I want y'all to understand how our ancestors were always standing on lineage business. In the 1800s, when they had the American Colonization Society, most of us were vehemently against that shit. You understand? That was white people bringing that to us. Like, hey, listen, guys, back to Africa. And we were like, back then, we ain't from no damn Africa. We were telling them this. Frederick Douglass. Look at Frederick Douglass's quotes. Frederick Douglass said, and I quote, "The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American." Look up the second annual convention of the improvement of free people of color. This was one of the first civil rights movements in the United States with Foundation of Black Americans, 1832. Their motto is, "This is our own, our native land," talking about America. This is how we were talking back then. When I did my broadcast the other day, I was telling people about Harriet Tubman because Ted is up here talking about Harriet Tubman was Ghanaian and from the Asante tribe. The f out of here. Harriet Tubman said, "Hey, the white people are trying to send blacks to Africa. We ain't going. We're rooted here, and you can't pull us up." That was a speech she did and got a round of applause from the audience. Man, listen, it was and we were using the term foundation when it came to talking about us. There was a sister, Maria W. Stewart. Look her up, the Foundational Black American sister. She was talking about, she said, "So also have the white Americans gained themselves a name, like the names of the great men that are in the earth, while in reality, we," meaning black people, "have been their principal foundation and support." So we have Foundational Black Americans then realizing and recognizing that we are the foundation to what white people are trying to claim. This is how we were talking in the 1800s, family. There was a brother, Reverend Peter Williams, 1830. He did a speech. He said, "We are natives of this country. We ask only to be treated as well as foreigners," meaning the white ones. You see? That's Reverend Peter Williams. Look up Henry Highland Garnett in 1843. He said, "And forget not that you, Black people, are native born American citizens. And as such, you are justly entitled to all the rights granted to the freest. Think how many tears you have poured out upon the soil which you have cultivated with your unequited toil and enriched with your blood." That's FBA talk, family. We were talking like that in the 18 damn hundreds. Look up Samuel Cornish. He said, "This is our home and this is our country. Beneath its sod lie the bones of our fathers. For it, some of them fought, bled, and died. Here we were born and we will die." Said that in 1829. You understand what I'm saying to y'all, family? Look up everything I'm saying. This is how we were talking then. Our good brother David Walker, he had something called the David Walker Appeal. Well, they were really mad at him because he was talking cash shit. David Walker, he took it a step further. Not only is this our country, he said in 1829, America is more our country than it is the whites. We have enriched it with our blood and tears. The greatest riches in all America have risen from our blood and tears. That man said that this country is more of our country instead of whites. We were talking like this in the 19th century, family. Don't get it twisted. They're not letting you know we were talking like this. And let me get Professor Allen up in here. Professor Allen, what's up, brother? Professor Allen in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? What's going on, family? I just wanted to back you up with scholarship, brother Tariq. You brought up Pan-Africanism. Wani and I did some research a couple months ago, and I discovered that the first Pan-Africanist was Martin Delany. Now, here goes the problem with Martin Delany. Martin Delany went to Harvard Medical School back when we weren't getting accepted there. So the question is, why they let him go? Also, he made it to major, which is 04. In the Army, which is a field grade officer, something we didn't do back then. So I've always been looking for what deal did he make, and I found, quote, "After serving as prime mover in several conventions for free Negroes to discuss the possibility of immigrating to Africa. In 1859, Delany led the first and only exploratory party of American-born Negroes to Africa. In the region of the Niger River, Delany's party carried out scientific studies and made agreements with several African chiefs for treatment of prospective emergees to Africa." He up there making deals with the African chiefs, and there you go. There it is. These are the same people that sold us 300 years before, and he making deals with us with them to come back. Pan-Africanism is an operation. It's a covert op. It always has been from the beginning, and I think Martin Delany was an op. Yep.
Man, my man. Thank you so much, Professor Allen. It's deep, man. It's deep. Yeah, but we knew some of that stuff was funny style. Even back then, we knew. Even back then, we knew. We were on lineage business back then, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let's not get it twisted. We weren't trying to go to no Africa. No disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect the brothers and sisters in Africa, but we weren't on that. We were like, no, that's not our native land. Our native land is here. You look at some of the scholars and the activists during the 19th century, they were just repeatedly saying that this is our native land here. They're saying the exact same thing we're saying now, family. You know, this is why I think the spiritual energy of this Renaissance, it's to pay homage to those forgotten ancestors who were standing on this back then. The David Walkers and people like that. These were people who were considered radical at the time. You understand? Let's get Sophia in the building.
Hey,
How you doing, dear?
I am doing fabulous. And on both sides of my family, my grandma, my mother, nobody ever said that we was from Africa. My grandma said we had Native American blood and all of that. But you got to remember, I want to say the famous quote that Malcolm X said. He said, "We did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us."
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, beloved.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you got to split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I got to get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
I'm in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
There's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
Salute family and welcome back to another video. This is Black Truth United, and in this video I want to start off by saying thank you to all the new subscribers. Just last week we were at 290 something, and now at least at the time of recording this video we're sitting at over 500, so much respect to all of you. I know most of you are coming from the Black Alpha Network live that I was on Tuesday. Shout out to Brother Black Alpha for having me on and spreading. If you happen to be a subscriber who's not yet subscribed to Brother Black Alpha, definitely subscribe to him up there. Not only is he a great voice in the new black media, but he's active when the screen shuts off. So once again, shout out to him. Now, you know, with more of a spotlight on the work that I've been doing with the B1 Rolodex, the trolls, the Mayo mutants, and the teary-eyed tethers would show up, copying pleas, trying to weasel their way into the B1 Rolodex and the work that we've been doing, trying to make sure that they don't get listed in the anti-black list, etc., etc. And while some of them are very direct, others will try to do slick things like ask vague questions, pretend like they don't understand. And others were even bold enough to email me about whether or not they could just pay to be listed. So in this video, I'm going to explain once and for all exactly how to be listed and why it does not involve money. So let me go here right to the B1 Rolodex. Today, for the most part, we're going to be in the intro and help section. This is where we have a brief explanation of why I started the B1 Rolodex, how to use it, a tutorial video, etc., etc. But right here, we have the business listing rules, which haven't really changed for the most part since I started the Rolodex. So here are the rules. No MLM/network marketing companies. I have a whole video on this channel explaining exactly why. No spiritual or religious organizations. I don't want religious banging going on. No Forex, crypto, etc., etc. Most of those are scams. Affiliate marketing, not allowed. Illegal products such as drugs or guns, of course. If you have a legal FFL company, you can get that business listed. And no OnlyFans, XXX content, or anything like that. These are fairly basic rules. Now after these, I break down even further how you can reach out to me. I have my email listed there, and the rules for if you are non-FBA. The main one being that you'll need 2 people who are FBA and who are connected to the Black grassroots to vouch for you. Now, because I got some mixed responses, and when some people would reach out, I would be left with question marks, I made a convenient form, which you can go to right here, that puts it all in one concise manner. Your name or alias in the Black Grassroots, putting a value on that name. If you are FBA or not, if the business owner is FBA, and if not, just like in the instructional section, you have to list 2 people who can vouch for you, who are in the Black Grassroots. And I give an example there afterwards. Again, we're putting a value on being on code. Then, of course, you have the business information, as well as at the very bottom, a place where I can contact you, the person who's submitting the form. So simple enough, right? But then you had some people who decided they were going to just reach out to my email or through private messaging to see if they could bypass that whole process and just go right here. Hey, you have a Cash App. I could just Cash App you. Either that or they went to my link tree and saw I had a Cash App and they just figured, hey, we'll just pay this guy and have him get us listed and not have to follow the rules that everyone else has to follow. And by the way, clowns, because I know you're listening right now, if you try to get smart and contact the other contributors who can theoretically add you, I have multiple ways of countering that and finding out what you've done. But anyway, there's a reason why you can't just pay to be listed in the B1 Rolodex. And the reason is I'm preserving the integrity of the data in the B1 Rolodex. If anyone can just pay to be listed, there's really no value in the data because you don't know who's paid for a listing. And the natural question arises, who would pay to be listed if they could get listed for free for being either FBA or B1? And the natural answer is someone who is either non-FBA or not B1. They don't have a proven track record of being for the community. Those are not people that we want on the B1 Rolodex. And for all we know, these could be people who aren't even quote unquote black. Also, the money could be coming from those dark money dollars from either the Democrats or the Republicans because they recently released that article regarding the Dems, but we know the Republicans do the same thing. But no, we're putting a value on the lineage. We're putting a value on being on code. And don't worry, I'm keeping track of just how much people are willing to pay to be listed on the B1 Rolodex because what it indicates is we have the value, family. I want you to see this as a victory for us. Not just a victory for me, but a victory for all of us because we've collectively put a tangible value on being of the lineage, whether you acknowledge that or not. And the lineage is not something you can buy into. Being on code, even if you're not necessarily of the lineage, I would guess about 4% of the people listed are not of the lineage, but it puts a value on being on code. This can't just be bought with a wad of cash. And don't get me wrong, I do value your contributions. In fact, let me shout out right now recent contributors, Sister FBA Queen, Brother Rodney, and Eber Manuel. Much respect, and thank you for your contributions. But of course, donating to the B1 Rolodex, where the channel is very different than throwing a wad of cash at something to get your business listed. And this is something that the white supremacists can't comprehend. You see, most people who are white supremacists have access to more cash. Even other groups are papered up much more than we are, given access to loans and all types of things. And most of these people think that everyone is like them, that they'll just do whatever it is for money. Oh, I'll just offer to pay him this so that he'll take me off of the anti-black list. Oh, I'll just send him some cash so that I can get my business listed. No, not everything is for sale. And I have a homework assignment for you, family. I want you to look up this video from our brother Malcolm X when the FBI went to him trying to get him to sell out, trying to bribe him. Now keep in mind, Malcolm X was not in a good financial state at the time, and they knew this. They knew he had been betrayed by some of the people who he trusted, and they tried to get him to compromise his integrity. But listen to how Malcolm X maintains his integrity in this clip. It's not a very long clip, but that's my homework assignment for you. And imagine if our brother Malcolm X did not maintain his integrity. They would have harped on that information forever, putting it in our face. And that's how we need to think. Especially in the digital age, damn near everything is recorded. And even if it's not recorded on an electronic device, it's definitely recorded in the book of life. So we've got to keep our integrity. And I am by no means attempting to equate myself to our great brother Malcolm X, but just on a small scale. Imagine if I would have just accepted the money for someone to be put onto the B1 Rolodex. That person could easily take screenshots and put a receipt together showing that, hey, it really doesn't mean that much to be listed on the B1 Rolodex. Anyone could just pay to be listed. Again, discrediting the integrity of the data. Now, I don't hate on any of their own business or wants to use the data from the B1 Rolodex and do their own version. Maybe you want to charge people to be listed or for marketing or whatever it is. And I've never discouraged anyone from doing that. In fact, I go over and multiple videos how you can easily go to the B1 Rolodex and download all the data for yourself. I purposefully left these things open. Same thing with the map. You can hit copy map or just download the entire KML and upload it as if it's your own, revising things to your liking. But not the B1 Rolodex. You could create a website or an app or something along those lines where people could pay a price to be listed. But that's not something we allow with a B1 Rolodex. And if something should happen to me, I encourage whoever picks up the baton to continue this standard. There have to be things in life that are worth more than just a wad of cash. And one of those things should be our integrity, and another one of those things should be our lineage and or our proven track record of being on code. So hopefully this clears up all the questions. I do want to shout out the winner of the raffle contest from the B1 Rolodex as well. That was brother Tata Man. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for being the one and only contestant / winner. And with all that being said, be one and be blessed, family. Peace.
Soon said kick back, get your mind ready for some information that's guaranteed to be heavy. I'm excited and delighted to be accepting members to not only the Sarah Suits YouTube page, but the General SETI YouTube page, two dynamic powerhouse to you to subscribe immediately. I want you to become a member. Link for the membership is right down in the video description, is in the chat. All you had to do is just click it. You get a video introduction, rundown on the membership, what they entail. You see one you like, you should most definitely join. Even if you don't, I appreciate your presence here at the Sarasun SETI General SETI YouTube page. Continue to engage, continue to advance. There's a lot of dynamic curriculums, powerhouse programs, certificate courses. First one up, 25 steps to the redemption of definitive Blacc is an amazing course. All you had to do is just click that link right over there in the chat. You can get a preview of the curriculum. Also included the Brotherhood of Heru Roundtable live stream, where the brothers meet once a week discussing very vital, important, powerful information. Get over there and get a preview. Get a preview now, and become a member, become a brother today. Ring the alarm, KingSETI.com, online marketplace, official. Did I do that? Official General Sarasun SETI DVD lectures. Did I do that? T-shirts, tank tops, hoodies, African and Kemetic jewelry, holistic tonics and remedies, home decor, accessory for every room in the house. I got something for you, family. I know you're going to like and love. Get over there, family. Did I do that? And get over there and check it out, fam. Get that catalog. Check it out. You missed it, family. If you did, it's over there waiting on you. We did was Neanderthals prey for ancient African predator hunters. Man, it's powerful. Man, I got some hell of a videos up there, supplementary videos, dropping a lot of information that you're not going to hear nowhere on the planet. I want you to get over there and get it. We also did part 2, where this is actually part 2. Part 1 was, here we go. Are the predators ancient Black Anunnaki? Both of them up there. Both of them. Ain't nothing but fire. God damn it, get over there and get it, get it, get it. For real. It's like that, family. And to the family out there donated to the general, I thank you, and I most definitely appreciate you. For the family out there would like to donate, the link is right there in the chat. Go right on ahead, and I appreciate you ahead of time very much. Make sure you subscribe to all my King SETI, General SETI, Sarasun SETI. Rock that notification bell. Get a video a thumbs up, like it, because you'll love it, and share it with your family and friends, and comment. Just don't say nothing stupid, because I will most definitely ban your ass. You be out of there, family. Here we go. Labor Day in Chicago. God damn it, was off the chain. Niggas done shot up there. I don't know if we can't just blame it on goddamn black people, because Chicago got a large white population, got a large Hispanic population, and so we can't blame it all on black people. But it was a bad fucking weekend up there. At a time when you got this Neanderthal, Donald Trump, who is breaking the law by, using the military against the populace, which he should not be doing. You cannot take the military and use it for law enforcement. That's why you got police. That's why you got military. You see, but he is most definitely trying to become some fucking Hitler, a damn goddamn dictator in the United States. And so, under the pretext that he trying to save the cities, that some of these cities is just too goddamn violent, even though there's a lot of Republican cities that are goddamn violent too. He's not talking about going there. So it's basically cities that's historically a bit that's been against goddamn Donald Trump, that he's going into these cities. Okay, that these are the cities that he's going into. I want to see if he go into any Republican cities. You see, cities that's run by a Republican mayor, a Republican governor. We'll see if he step on their toes and come into their city. I doubt it very seriously. He more likely, if it need be, he'll more likely get them some goddamn funding, so that they can fund more races, soldier, police. You understand? Because they probably already doing a good job going upside niggas' heads, and so they good there. They'll just send some funds and shit to continue to fund that racist regime in whatever town. So there's no necessity to send the guard there. But with Chicago having such a violent goddamn Labor Day with over 50-something people shot. Was over 50-something people shot and 7 people dead. You see, at a time where, is fucking, all this debate going on about going into Chicago and other cities. Where you thoroughly, this shit like overseas, where you seeing military in the fucking, all up and down the streets and shit, and they're not supposed to be policing. You see, you're not supposed to use soldiers as police, and they know that. Only if it's some type of insurrection or some shit. You see, where you bring the goddamn, and that just show you how weak the fucking Congress is, because they should have stepped in, but because the majority of them is in Donald Trump, back pocket, they ain't gonna fucking do nothing. And then some of them weak ass goddamn so-called wanna be Democrat. That's why a Neanderthal is a motherfucking Neanderthal. A Neanderthal is a goddamn Neanderthal. But, this just wasn't a good look. Nah, they saying that crime is down in Chicago. And that's it. But with 50 motherfuckers dead, I mean, not dead, but shot on a goddamn weekend. You see what I'm saying? Goddamn, that's like damn near on the battlefield, and we don't know what's going on out there. If this was, there's some, some outside force to fucking, be, to get this shit to the levels that it is, that bring precipitate, the reason why, it's necessary to bring these motherfuckers into Chicago. We don't know what's going on, but it was at the wrong time to have such a high a crime weekend like that. You see, where that many people is being shot, and it is a serious problem, not just in Chicago, all across the fucking United States. You see, it's some little motherfucking, like I say, it be some of these little motherfucking towns be off the motherfucking chain. You see what I'm saying? It'd be some of these little motherfucking towns off the fucking chain. That's a higher fucking percentage rate of goddamn crime and shit, and it's a whole lot of shit. Get on them fucking guns. You see what I'm saying? That's number fucking one. You see, y'all so worried, but the flow of guns is still coming into the goddamn cities. It's a goddamn shame that the average nigga on the street can get access to a fucking a Draco, a fucking AR-15 and all this other shit before they can get access to education, to employment, the things that embedders people, embed, and so they never had no intentions to embed our people. You see, they had, it's one thing if you have, you have invested money into the people, you've invested into early education, you've invested into the schools and shit to turn that around, giving the kids sports, giving them scholarships, making sure that they got, that they have access to, the higher standards of living, being able to, go to school at, once they graduate and not worry about how to pay for the fucking education. If you want an advanced country and nation, you have to invest in your children. You have not invested. Anytime you can see that many, they're just clear that you have not invested. So you are more willing to invest in the fucking money into LA and whatever other city you can invest into the military coming in, but you are not willing to invest into education and those things that will stir up youth and the younger peoples in the nation towards more of enlightening, more what we say, as far as being better citizens for their own community. You don't invest in that. And you invest in prisons and shit, building up prisons and shit and all of that. And so, they're doing what the fuck they always, and again, we don't make it, and like I said, we don't make it no goddamn better, but at the same time, how the fuck can you make it better with less? You see? How the fuck can you make it better with less? Nah, another thing is that they having all these crazy ass shootings where these Neanderthals is sick as a motherfucker. They stay sick. It should be some form of an operation on all these hate fucking groups that been shooting up all these schools and shit for the last fucking 10, 15 fucking years. And then always talking about some lone shooter and shit like, a lone shooter. Ain't no goddamn lone shooter. These is fucking what they call suicide bombers for white nationalists. Send these little ignorant ass sick motherfuckers to do a hit job. Don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about their life or nothing. They willing to go and throw their life away, go in there and shoot up. Well, however many people they can get, and then, he's a lone shooter and this, that, and the third. No, they ain't got no, they don't have no intentions of, curb these mass shootings. Take care of these mass fucking shootings. How about that? Let's focus in on these mass shootings that's been going on with all these crazy motherfuckers. And there is a pattern of where the fuck they coming from. We know they coming from a lot of these white hate groups that they not saying a fucking thing about. You see? And so, we know what it is, man. Listen, coming out of Detroit is no different than no other area. urban city in the fucking country and shit, decades of warfare from the period of the crack era and down even to today. You see the devastation that happened, and nobody say nothing about that. It was the government that actually facilitated the downfall of many of these cities. You see what I'm saying? Many of these motherfucking cities, first and foremost, they're punishing a lot of these cities. Number one, from back even when the riots was going down. After the death, you had the 67 riots in Detroit. Then you had the Watts riots and all the riots after Martin Luther King had been assassinated, and there was riots all over this motherfucker. And when black people did that, there was flight from the cities then. That's really when they took flight. And they said, you know what? Since these niggas want to act this way, they want to riot all over the fucking United States. What we're going to do is we're going to move the fuck out of here. We're going to move the fucking economy out of here. And we're going to, first and foremost, you burnt this bitch down. This is where you're going to stay. And we're not going to do a motherfucking thing for your area of the city. You see, wherever you burn down, that's where you niggas going to live. And what we going to do, we going to move, the economic base here from you motherfuckers. We'll leave the downtown there for, operation, where we'll come in and we'll go to work in the fucking morning and shit, and we'll use downtown as a headquarters, but we'll have another headquarters in many of the suburbs. That's how they do in Detroit. You got Southfield and other motherfuckers where they got, major economic hubs outside of Detroit where they can go and shit and not need Detroit in many instances, so they can facilitate they businesses outside the major cities and let the inner city die, take the tax base out the city. You see, make all, and so everybody else running out to the suburbs with the big dollars. And so the major money is outside of the cities. The tax base is outside of it. So the cities die in a lot of areas and shit. You see, so that was their way of fucking, punishing black people during all them 60s riots and shit. And then on top of that, after all the fucking rioting, and after all of the white flight from out of the fucking cities and how the city started to die, then they shuffled the goddamn, because niggas now you ain't having no job. They closing these motherfucking cars, factories. They moving them motherfuckers to Japan and Korea and moving them out into other areas where is more, a dominant white population and shit. Move the car industry, move the rubber industry, move all that shit somewhere else. And so the fucking Midwest just, fell into a sinkhole. And then after all of that, in other areas around the country, you bring in the crack on top of that, a fucking, impoverished community. And now they see all these big dreams and shit of niggas can get rich and shit off of selling dope and shit. And niggas went to war for about 20 fucking years, and devastated, already devastated fucking communities. On top of that, they just, whatever was left over after the riots, then a lot of that shit was destroyed during the crack era. And so this is what you had today. Ain't been no really funding to rebuild these fucking cities. So they, so you got the youngin, they don't know nothing about this shit. They just born into the fucking world. You know what I'm saying? They just born into the fucking world, and and they saying, well, what the fuck? We born in, and this shit is deplorable looking. What the fuck am I gonna do? Am I gonna live here? What the fuck am I? How can I get up out of here? You see what I'm saying? And a lot of them cannot get up out of here. And on top of all of that, there's been You got the drug shit. You're already living in a deplorable fucking society. Not all of it, but a lot of it is. So let's not. A lot of it is. So you're living in a deplorable area. Been deplorable. You see, the cracked and fucked up then white generations out. I mean, like I said, when I was coming up, I can even remember when Detroit was still over a million people. Detroit then depopulated, man. Detroit used to be damn near at its height. It was damn near 1 million point. It was almost 2 million people at one time at the height of, in right around the 50s or some shit like that. It was like 1.7, 1.8 million. Detroit about 700,000 people right now. You see, so I mean, that just show you how many people then left the city. But it was at 1 million around 2000. It was at 1 million around 2000. You see, about 1 million, a couple 100,000, 1 million point two. It was about that around 2000. It's at fucking 675,000. You know what I'm saying? So it is actually half of what it was 25 years ago. You see, and I witnessed it myself. So you talking about cities that just been wiped the fuck out, and all you can do is bring the fucking military in? You see, that ain't gonna change a motherfucking thing. It ain't gonna change a motherfucking thing. What y'all just saying, well, they really doing the Netanyahu Gaza City blueprint on the day. That's all they Donald Trump ain't never fucking bitch. What to do is to be able to. He loves Chicago. He'll move them niggas up out of it if he could and get away with it. He'll clear ass to Puerto Rico or whatever the fuck he go, the jail cell he got. Now go, but what's that? A city down there in fucking whatever, El Salvador. Yeah, El Salvador. If they saying that they'll take all the motherfucking prisoners that you can fucking get. So if they open up, he'll send their ass all them niggas down there to El Salvador, and he'll build fucking skyscrapers where projects used to be. This is their fucking blueprint. They don't give a fuck. You see, they do not give a fuck. So, niggas is gonna have to, and it's ride or die. Ain't no making it right. Because the motherfucker coming in, ain't getting shit right. So anybody out there saying, oh, we glad, that ain't getting shit right, nigga. Good. That's another layer of extermination at the end of the day. Understand we win, but that ain't right. Okay, right, let's get it right. You see, and the motherfuckers in power not gonna get it right. This shit could have, just like motherfucker, if motherfucker had the energy, just like to bring the military in and say, you know what, we're gonna focus on these schools, we're gonna get them everything, books, we're gonna pay the teachers so that they can perform on the highest level. They going, once you pay them and make them go to work. You see what I'm saying? Get them kids right, and get progressive teaching styles to, get the kids up with the world and shit, advance and science alone. Don't need you to do that. Science, mathematics, get some music back in the schools and shit, get all type of, athletics in the schools, so they ain't got to be doing shit in there. They got all kind of shit waiting on them at school. You see what I'm saying? From academic to sport to all of that. After school programs and shit, and just get these, get the men in the community, you understand, to be out there on these motherfucking streets. But if the kids' minds is thinking about the other things, and you get it going in the generations, and you get another generation, and they didn't forgot about the dumb shit, then you can gravitate the kids into another direction. You see, and that's all it takes. You see what I'm saying? But if a motherfucker, he ain't got no dreams, and if he coming out of elementary already failing, He already know he gonna fail in junior high. Fuck high school. That's what these niggas talk. Fuck elementary. You understand what? I'd rather, I'm trying to get me a motherfucking bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get me a motherfucking bag. I ain't ABC. You see what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nothing I could do with no motherfucking ABCs. These niggas out here, I done seen my grand and daddies and uncles. These niggas ain't doing shit. So if they ain't did shit with no ABCs, what the fuck? These niggas got jewels and cars and shit in there. I want that. You see what I'm saying? I don't see nothing I can get with no motherfucking ABCs. And so, when you got the minds like that, you see, you got to go in there, man, with and facilitate an overhaul of the fucking society, man, and change that shit around to where they have access to everything they need to be the individual, man, that society won't, productive individuals and shit, and motherfucker invest in that. You ain't investing in that. You investing overseas, investing in the fucking Ukraine, 3-year wars, trillions of dollars over there bombing them motherfuckers and shit, and you ain't spend no money over here on these goddamn schools. You understand what I'm saying? So, so for everybody that say, oh, well, it is bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad every motherfucking where. Ain't no motherfucking where in America you gonna go black, white, and I'm not for that, but where there's poverty is motherfucking crime. And there's a lot of poverty going on in the United States that motherfuckers want to hold and say, oh, it ain't they motherfucking fault. That's how it is. When you got 1% that got there 50%, then you got the other 10% right up under them that got another 40%, 42%. So the top 11% got over percent of the motherfucking wealth in the United States. Y'all don't see no problem in that. You blame it on the little nigga. Say, oh, it's your fault you didn't go to school, and it's your fault you didn't get an education. So I could be the next motherfucker with a $50,000 job when a motherfucker over, supposed to be getting 150. You understand what I'm saying? And this, that, and the third. You done went to school for fucking 5-6 years, get a $50,000 motherfucking job, and motherfucker can't even barely live with that. You see what I'm saying? While the top 11% got 94% of the fucking wealth in the goddamn United States, and don't nobody see problem with that. You see, blame it on it. It's your fault, motherfucker, that you don't want to live on crumbs. You see, and the fucking inflation, they don't make that shit no better, because you can make $100,000 with the fucking inflation that they got today. It's like you're making fucking 50,000. 100,000 damn near like a 50,000. 6,000. You see what I'm saying? That shit. So I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. You feel me? You got to change the top. That's what you got to change. Motherfuckers want the motherfucking bottom to motherfucking submit. That's all they want. They basically want your ass back on cotton and get them goddamn strawberries and shit out there. That's where you gonna go. Don't worry about this shit over here. These billions of fucking. Don't worry about that. Nigga, you get your ass out there and you get that goddamn them fucking grapes and them goddamn strawberries, them potatoes and shit. That's what you need to be doing. Don't worry about changing the top. You see, worry about changing the bottom that he can impoverish. That don't make no motherfucking sense. And so, yeah, they gonna end up in Chicago, but they fighting that shit because he's not supposed to be using the military against the people. That's against the law. Period. That's against the fucking law. And it's a shame that them nothing ass congressmen, they ain't worth a motherfucking damn. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't even fuck with it. But it's just facts that you ain't even got a balance. It's supposed to be a balance in fucking government. It's supposed to be a balance between the president, the Congress, the Supreme Court, Every blue moon, the Supreme Court will step in and do some things and shit. And and it probably, if it had not been for the fucking, and I'm not got no confidence in their ass at all, but if they hadn't, blocked a couple of things, this motherfucker will have full fuck to do whatever he want because the goddamn country ain't nothing but a bunch of fucking the Congress ain't nothing but a bunch of fucking lap dogs. They ain't worth a 2 dead fucking flies. 2 dead fucking flies. So you in a fucking, this is like fucking Nazi Germany. You see what I'm saying? This is probably the closest that you can get to Nazi Germany. And that's scary. Cause you understand what I'm saying? That's very scary. When you think of what the fuck they had planned for, those that they deem to be less than them. You see? And we done already been through some shit. You see what I'm saying? But, in that respect, and I'm not saying this, the slave masters for United States job for a mother. They had the intentions of you working. They didn't have the plan to exterminate your ass. Now you got motherfuckers that they ain't got no job for you. They ain't got shit for your ass. They looking to exterminate your ass. You see what I'm saying? And that's something different. That's something totally motherfucking different. So motherfuckers better wake up out there. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, they could be scared. You know what I'm saying? They out of motherfucking pocket, regardless of, the whatever the fuck it. Yeah, COVID back. You say COVID back? Yeah. Yeah, they probably got some new shit. Yeah, they got some new shit out here they gonna put on motherfuckers. Be ready to shut this motherfucker down again. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, family, let's move forward. Again, man, I got that fire. I want y'all to go on over there and get that Predator. That's where we gonna be. As a matter of fact, didn't Ice Cube make the Predator? Yeah, he did one. I'm gonna have to go get that shit. Yeah, I should have brought that up. I didn't even think about that when Ice Cube made that song. Was it the album? He had an album, The Predator. Yeah, it's already, we got it. It's fire. I want y'all to go over there. It's up there right now. The Predators, Ancient Black Anunnaki. This is all esoterical, and what's going on right now may very well be the reason why these motherfuckers is moving the way that they moving. You feel what I'm saying? Get over there and get it. Also, we got up there right now. Let me get it up there. Was Neanderthals pray for the ancient African predator hunters, man. I got some hell of a videos and shit that's highlighting a lot of things in history that people just don't know about. And so you see that, the mythological, exoterical stories, but up under there is a real truth that, of a history of our people, man, that they trying to hide. So I want y'all to get over there and get that work, man. I'll be right back. Y'all know what it is. Got much faith in Chicago. I know it's a lot of, crazy shit going on, but it's a lot of greatness and goodness going on at the same goddamn time. Motherfucker got to balance it. Don't want to say nothing good about the people because that's going to change the motherfucking narrative. You feel what I'm saying? They could never come on the motherfucking news and the first thing they say is something good about something that, a person, that's really out here trying to make a change, say, oh, well, they did this. And yeah, we see that this is happening, but we got family over here that's making positive strides doing this. We didn't change this area. Yes, we still got work to do over there where the shit is going down. But look what we've done over here where it was a lot of violence. It's no longer the violence over here. We just need to be funded on, and get some more funds in here, and we can get over there and put in the same work over there. You feel what I'm saying? That's real talk. You feel me? So anyway, family, yeah, we most definitely keep our eyes on Chicago. I got nothing but faith in Chicago, a black Mecca, and motherfuckers been through this shit time and time, man. Step up, man. Y'all got a lot of great goddamn black heroes and sheroes. Mad fucking heart come about the city when all you had to do is tap into the ancestors. And I got, nothing but, the utmost respect and faith for black people in Chicago to totally overcome anything these fucking Neanderthals throw at them. I'm with you, family. I'll see you real soon. I'll be right back. Arm yourself with knowledge. Get over there to Patreon. Click that link up there. Before you get out of here, arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast daily. Liberation through African education and confrontation. Black power.
Every level of racist in America explained. Level 1, the Karen. Let's start with everyone's favorite, the accidental racist.
Ew, she is not a customer. She is just some bum that wandered in on the street.
The Karen stuff imaginable. New York, 2020. Amy Cooper sees a black man bird watching. Bird watching. And somehow her brain goes straight to 911. There's an African-American man threatening my life, she says, voice trembling like she's being chased by a serial killer instead of someone watching birds. These are your I have black friends people. They'll compliment your English like it's shocking you can speak. They'll touch your hair without asking. They'll tell you you're not like other black people and think that's a compliment. Philadelphia, 2018. 2 black men commit the heinous crime of existing in a Starbucks without buying coffee yet. The manager calls the cops. They don't burn crosses. They just make your everyday life exhausting. 68% of workers deal with microaggressions regularly, but these people swear it's all misunderstandings. They're not trying to be racist. They're just really bad at not being racist. Parents literally have to teach kindergartners how to survive encounters with level 1 racists. But sure, it's just awkwardness, right? Here's the thing about accidental racists. They're everywhere, but they're symptoms of something way more organized. Level 2, the gatekeeper. Level 2 doesn't shout slurs. They smile politely and say, unfortunately, that position has been filled, while your resume is still warm from the printer. These are your HR managers, loan officers, real estate agents, and school administrators. They don't hate black people. They just happen to find reasons why black people don't quite fit. Chicago, 1930s. Government officials literally drew red lines around black neighborhoods like they were radioactive zones. Banks couldn't lend there. Too risky, they said. Cool. Totally normal behavior from professionals. Long Island, 2019. Real estate agents get caught on hidden camera. They show white couples the dream home and tell black couples with identical finances that everything's already pending. Magic. It's almost like nothing changed except the paperwork got prettier. Today's gatekeepers call it culture fit in hiring. They point to credit scores without mentioning how those scores got tanked by discriminatory lending. Black home ownership sits at 46.4% compared to 75.8% for white families. Gee, wonder how that happened. Must be personal choice, right? School district administrators draw enrollment boundaries like military strategists, somehow always managing to separate rich white kids from poor black kids. It's not about race, it's about property values. Yeah. And how exactly do you think those property values got that way? The gatekeeper is dangerous because they have institutional power and plausible deniability. They're not burning crosses. They're just following company policy that mysteriously always hurts the same people. But the gatekeepers, that's child's play. Sometimes they don't even bother with individual discrimination. Level 3, the colorblind. Level 3 is where we get really creative. Why write obviously racist laws when you can write colorblind ones that just happen to devastate Black communities? Pure coincidence, obviously. These are your state legislators, federal congresspeople, and policy wonks. They craft laws that sound totally fair on paper, but work like surgical strikes against Black communities. Washington, D.C., 1986. Congress decides crack, predominantly used in Black communities, gets you 100 times the sentence of powder cocaine. Same drug, different packaging. But hey, the law doesn't mention race, so totally fair, right? These lawmakers love voter ID requirements. Everyone should have ID. Sure, except ID costs money. DMVs are mysteriously rare in certain neighborhoods, and some folks work 3 jobs without time for bureaucratic field trips. But technically, colorblind. Mission accomplished. They fund algorithms for hiring and lending without checking for bias. Facial recognition error rate for light-skinned men, 0.8%. For darker-skinned women, 34.7%. But it's just math, so it must be objective. They're not racist. They just signed off on systems learned from our total racist data. A modern policy may create mass incarceration that looks totally legitimate. Voter suppression that's technically legal. Algorithmic bias that scales discrimination to industrial levels, all while maintaining plausible deniability. They don't wear hoods. They wear suits and hide behind focus groups and polling data. But sometimes, elected officials drop the act entirely and just go full authoritarian. Level 4, the enforcer. Level 4 is where your own government decides Black people organizing is a national security threat. Not the Klan, not actual terrorists, people asking for equal rights. These are FBI agents, police chiefs, prosecutors, and intelligence officials who use the full power of the state to crush Black leadership. California and Illinois, 1960s to 70s. FBI agents literally ran a program called COINTELPRO to neutralize Black leadership. They didn't just spy, they actively sabotaged, imprisoned, and assassinated civil rights leaders. Chicago, December 1969. FBI agents give Chicago police a detailed floor plan of Fred Hampton's apartment. They coordinate a raid at 4 a.m. while he's sleeping, and he gets shot in the head. 21 years old. His crime? Feeding kids breakfast and teaching community organizing. They bug Martin Luther King Jr.'s hotel rooms, send him anonymous letters telling him to, and the FBI director literally called him the most dangerous Negro in America. These are federal agents. Think this is ancient history? Federal agents tracked Black Lives Matter organizers' cell phones, created fake social media accounts to monitor activists, and somehow, protesters keep ending up dead in cars and jail cells. But I'm sure it's all totally different now. Level 4 racists have badges, security clearances, and legal authority to destroy lives. They don't just discriminate, they wage war. Of course, when federal agents are too busy to handle things personally, there's always the street-level enforcers. Level 5, the uniform. Level 5 is where the people sworn to protect and serve become the threat, with badges, guns, and legal immunity to do whatever they want. These aren't bad apples, they're products of departments with bad cultures, bad training, and bad incentives. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921. Police officers don't just allow a white mob to destroy the wealthiest Black community in America, they call in air support to drop bombs. Actual bombs on American citizens. Then they blame the victims. Ferguson, Missouri, 2014. The Department of Justice finds police officers were basically running a legal extortion racket, targeting Black residents for traffic tickets to fund the city budget, almost like taxation without representation, but with tasers. New York City, 2000s. Police officers conduct 700,000 stop and frisk encounters per year, 90% on Black and Latino men. Hit rate for finding weapons? About 1%. So basically, legal harassment with a 99% failure rate. But hey, they had quotas to meet. These officers pull over Black drivers at twice the rate during the day, but the disparity disappears at night when they can't see races clearly. They arrest Black kids for the same infractions that get white kids warnings. They patrol Black neighborhoods like occupying armies. Level 5 racists have legal authority to use violence while investigating themselves for misconduct. They don't burn crosses. They plant evidence and claim they feared for their lives. But uniform racism is still retail violence. When America really wants to get things done, we elect the people who write it into law. Level 6, the architect. Level 6 is where the cruelty becomes policy, not rogue cops or individual bigots. Elected officials who make oppression legal, systematic, and generational. These are governors, state legislators, Supreme Court justices, and federal officials who design the infrastructure of inequality. Virginia, 1705. State legislators don't just legalize owning humans. They systematically strip away every possible right. Can't own property, can't learn to read, can't gather in groups, can't defend yourself, can't testify in court. They write a manual for creating a permanent underclass. After slavery ends, these officials create convict leasing. Alabama, Georgia, Texas legislates slavery with extra steps. Black men get arrested for vagrancy, aka existing while poor, and leased to plantations and mines. Death rates higher than actual slavery, but technically legal. North Carolina officials, 1929 to 1974, run forced sterilization programs targeting undesirable populations. Guess who that meant? They sterilized over 7,600 people, mostly black women, without consent. State-sponsored medical abuse with a legal framework. Oregon legislators, 1844 to 1926, banned black people from living in the entire state. Not just slavery, straight up apartheid. Whites only carved into the state constitution. The liberal West Coast, everybody. Modern officials build highways straight through black neighborhoods, like surgical strikes. I-10 through New Orleans, I-95 through Miami's Overtown. Urban renewal, they call it. Urban removal is more accurate. Level 6 racists don't just discriminate. They engineer society to make discrimination automatic. They don't wear hoods. They wear robes and sit in marble buildings. But even legal oppression requires paperwork and process. Sometimes people just say screw it and go full terrorist. Level 7, the terrorist. Level 7 is where we stop pretending there are rules. Domestic terrorists who use public violence to keep entire communities in line through sheer fear. These are Klan members, white extremists, white nationalists, and lone wolf shooters who believe in racial holy war. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. White extremist leaders literally overthrow a legally elected government and exile hundreds of residents. Not a riot. A coordinated coup by businessmen and politicians who decided democracy had gone too far. Rosewood, Florida, 1923. Klan members and local vigilantes descend on an entire black town after a white woman claims assault. They burn it to the ground, end the lives of residents, and survivors scatter into the swamps. The town never recovers. It's erased from maps. East St. Louis, Illinois, 1917. White mobs kill over 100 black residents and burn 300 homes. The North isn't exempt. Racism doesn't respect geography. Between 1877 and 1950, lynch mobs end the lives of over 4,000 black Americans. Public spectacles with postcards sold as souvenirs. Families bringing picnic lunches to watch torture. This is the foundation everything else is built on. Charleston Church, 2015. Buffalo Supermarket, 2022. Jacksonville Dollar General, 2023. Lone gunman citing replacement theory, targeting black spaces specifically. Level 7 racists don't hide behind policies or procedures. They commit terrorism in broad daylight and call it patriotism. They are the logical conclusion of everything that came before. The Karen didn't invent racism. She just inherited the infrastructure. Today's results? Every level is operational. Karens in every workplace making daily life exhausting. Gatekeepers in every institution finding reasons to exclude. Policymakers writing colorblind laws that target with precision. Government agents surveilling and suppressing. Police officers enforcing the hierarchy with violence. Architects designing systematic oppression. Terrorists using fear as a weapon. Median white family has nearly 10 times the wealth of the median black family. Black students still disciplined at 3 times the rate. Voting rights under attack in multiple states. Same ladder, different people climbing it. Every type feeds the others. Karens normalize casual racism. Gatekeepers institutionalize it. Policymakers legalize it. Enforcers weaponize it. Uniforms legitimize it. Architects systematize it. Terrorists enforce it with violence. So here's the assignment. Which type of racist runs your area? Drop your state plus the level in the comments. We'll pin the worst examples and probably do a whole series on how other countries built their own versions of this hierarchy. Because here's the thing about America. We didn't invent racism, but we definitely perfected the distribution system. Subscribe if you want to see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
All right, thank y'all for tapping in. I'm in the stream now. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of the Frontline Black News, Season 5, Episode 24, Part 1. So we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flood City. Soon to be arrested and deported city. Come on, Tom Holman. Come on, Dump. Come to Denver, Colorado. After you're done with Chicago, Seattle, and Portland. Peace.